Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
This is, of course, another day of trial in the case of State of Ohio plaintiff versus George Washington Wagner IV, case number 2018, CR 155. The defendant is present in court today with his attorneys John Parker and Richard Nash. The State of Ohio is represented by Prosecuting Attorney Rob Junk and Special Prosecuting Attorneys Angela Canepa and Andrew Wilson. Also present is Ryan Scheiderer of Ohio BCI&I. Is counsel for each side ready to have the jury brought up?
Yes. We are, Your Honor.
Bring them up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good to see you all back here. We get another day of trial today, as you're aware. Before we start, do any of you have any difficulties or problems that you need to report to the court? All right, hearing none. We are in the state side of the case. We've finished another examination by both state and cross-examination by the defense of Dr. Lohman at the last on Friday. And so is the state ready to call another witness this morning?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. The State of Ohio would call Special Agent Ed Staley of the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
All right. And is the defense ready?
Yes.
All right. Testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
You may be seated. And the state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, would you state your name for the record and spell it, please?
George Edward Staley Jr., S-T-A-L-E-Y.
And Mr. Staley, are you employed?
I am.
With whom?
The State of Ohio, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what are your specific duties and job assignment with the Bureau of Criminal Investigation?
I'm currently assigned to the Major Crimes Division in the Crime Scene Unit. And the Crime Scene Unit is responsible for working with law enforcement personnel, whether it be at police department, sheriff's office, whomever. When they contact us, they're looking for sometimes experience in certain things. Sometimes they're looking for equipment. Sometimes they're looking for a special process that's done. Our unit documents the scene, and via photographs, we also use Faro scanners, collect evidence, and then turn everything over to the agency that we're working for.
Special Agent Staley, how long have you been employed with BCI?
I've started my 15th year in August of this year.
Hey, did you have to have any specialized training or experience in order to hold that position?
Investigative experience was primarily the biggest reason for things were a little bit different at that time when I got hired. They were looking for experience at that time. Now it's more about the college degree. So at the time, I had, I think, all the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy certificates at that time, and I had acquired a bunch more after that.
Ed, where did you work prior to becoming employed with BCI?
I worked for the Ashland County Sheriff's Office 23 years prior to BCI.
Hey, what were your duty assignments with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office?
I left the Sheriff's Office as a detective lieutenant in charge of the Bureau operations. I did that for 3 years, and 6 years prior to that, I was a sergeant in the Detective Bureau, which again, I oversaw the operations and conducted investigations. 6 years prior to that, I was a detective in the same division, and then all of my time prior to that was as a uniformed deputy sheriff.
And in the BCI crime scene unit, how many crime scenes would you say you've processed during your 15 years with BCI?
I would have absolutely no idea. It would be well into the hundreds.
How many homicide cases have you investigated in your career?
I'm sure it's well into the hundreds.
I want to take you back to the 22nd day of April 2016. Were you on duty with the Bureau that day, sir?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what was your specific job assignment that day?
I believe I was working out of my office at home.
Hey, were you ever contacted about a homicide in Pike County?
Yes.
And-
Previous to that day, we were put on notice, I think maybe the night before, that maybe there might be some assistance needed from the northern units to come down and assist the southern units with a big case investigation that was going on down here in southern Ohio.
Okay. And again, obviously, I'm not going to ask your home address, where your home office is, or anything like that, but how is the crime scene unit at BCI divided up?
We have a division at our headquarters in Richfield, Ohio, which is south of Cleveland. In the major crimes unit there, it's broken up into some small areas. They're not necessarily offices, but they're just dividers. And there's not all that many that are there. So we work out of our office at home, and then I have a truck that's assigned to me that's basically all my tools, all the equipment, all the supplies that are necessary for me to do my job are housed in that truck. And then I have a printer and computer system and things like that in my office at home. So I have a home office, then I have a vehicle office, and then I have a headquarters office.
But where's the dividing line geographically between the north section and the south section of crime scene? If you know.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure there. Somewhere probably around the Knox County area.
And at any point that day on the 22nd, were you directed to report to Pike County?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
I received a phone call from my supervisor, and I think it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. And at that point in time, I was told to report down to Pike County to assist in the investigation.
Hey, once you had received that directive from your supervisor, what did you then do?
I drove down to Pike County.
Hey, where did you report in? If you can recall.
I think it was like a community center, or it was, I'm not familiar. I'm not from around
Okay.
here, so I don't know exactly what the building was called, but
Right.
I think it was kind of like a community center, a township house or something like that, maybe.
The mayor's office, police department in Piketon. Does that
Could
sound
be.
familiar? Okay. Hey, who did you report to when you got there?
There was just a big meeting that was going on down there, and we were just placed on standby until there was a search warrant that was in the process of being done at that point in time for the address that I was going to be going to. Myself and Special Agent Dave Horn were to report to that address once the warrant was done.
Now, did you yourself participate in the drafting of that search warrant?
No, sir, I did not.
And is it a policy of BCI to require a search warrant prior to searching a crime scene?
It's best practices, yes.
Okay. And can you recall when the search warrant was obtained that day?
I want to say it was later in the afternoon, maybe around 5 o'clock-ish, a little after.
And you indicated that Special Agent Dave Horn was assigned to you as well.
Yes.
And once the warrant was obtained, what did you and Special Agent Horn do?
We made our way out to the scene.
And specifically, where was the scene you were assigned to?
Again, I'm not familiar with down here, but Left Fork Road.
Okay. And would that be in the county of Pike, the state of Ohio, for purposes of venue?
I believe so.
How long did it take you to get to the 799 Left Fork Road address?
From
the command
down
desk.
here, 20 minutes, half hour maybe.
And did you document what time you arrived there?
Pardon me?
Did you document what time you arrived there?
I think it was around 5:45.
Okay. Hey, did you and Special Agent Horn travel in different vehicles?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle were you in that day?
I was in I think a white F-350 truck, I believe.
Would have been one of your standard crime scene unit trucks?
I think so, yes.
And we may have seen pictures of some of those already. And was Special Agent Horn driving a similar vehicle?
I believe so.
And what did you see when you arrived at the address at 799 Left Fork?
The driveway was, there was barrier tape, crime scene barrier tape placed across the driveway. There was uniformed personnel and uniformed vehicles at the roadway at the driveway.
And did you recognize any of the officers at the scene?
No.
Okay. But it'd be fair to say you wouldn't actually working in the northern Ohio area.
Yeah, I don't know anybody down here.
Hey, do you recall if they were deputies, or local police department?
I want to say I think they're deputies.
And did you speak with any of them?
Maybe briefly,
And what would your purpose be in speaking with the deputies on the scene?
just to make sure that the scene is secure, whether or not they would have a crime scene log that they could put our names on so that we were entering into the crime scene.
Okay. And would you describe the scene for me? We're going to look at some pictures in a little bit, but I'd like you to describe it for the jurors now.
Yeah, it was a county township road. Driveway kind of went down in. It was a gravel driveway, kind of went down in back to a hillside area in a very wooded area. I think it opened up into a clearing of some sort towards the back where the trailers and the vehicles would have been. Driveway was probably 1/8 of a mile long, maybe, I suppose. It went back in a little ways, but it was in a very rural area.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Special Agent Staley, I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit D286. Just going to hold that up for you really quickly, and I'm going to put it on the easel. Does that look familiar to you, sir?
It does, yes.
What is it?
That would be the scene that I had responded to.
The 799 Left Fork Road?
Yes.
Get this situated so everybody can see. Can you see that where you
I'm good, yeah.
I'm going to have you use that pointer You indicated you spoke with the deputies when you got there, that when you arrive on a crime scene, after talking with the local law enforcement, what's the next thing you do according to your policies and procedures?
Our policy usually is to start photographing everything as we find it.
And have you ever received any specific training in photographing crime scenes?
Yes.
And could you describe that for me, please?
I have participated in photography courses through the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy. I also went to the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, where we spent 3 months in-house down there working on all the forensic arts, one of them being photography, and we learned to photograph literally everything while we were doing it.
And would you tell us how you photographed the scene at 799 Left Fork Road? We're going to go through the pictures here in a minute. If you just describe what you did there.
Yeah, it depends on how the weather is. At this time, it was kind of like it is outside right now. It was in the springtime, though. So it wasn't inclement weather, anything like that. Didn't have to worry about anything like that. So starting from the roadway, I would have worked my way back to the house or the trailers, the residence, towards the back of the drive. So I would have been photographing as I was making my way back to the area.
I'm going to have you look at a series of pictures. And Special Agent Staley, I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit D1, D2, D3, D13, and D17. I'd like you to look at those and go through those. Tell me if you recognize any of those.
Yes.
Do they truly and accurately represent the scene that you saw that day?
Yes.
And for the record, did you take those?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, would you call up State's Exhibit D1, please?
Mr. Give me 1 second. Hey, Ted, can you come back to the
Just a second, please. Special Agent Staley, will you tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit D1? Or, just 1 second again. I want to double check that. Is your screen working okay?
Yes.
Tell us what we're looking at, please.
Okay, we're looking at, this would be the same area as what we're seeing over here on the easel. That's an aerial view of it, but we're looking at it from the roadway, looking back towards the trailers, if you will.
If you want to, you can even grab that pointer and point on there if you'd like.
So this area that we're at is not on here, but the roadway would be out in this area right here, and we're looking back. That yellow tape would be across this drive, and we're looking back towards the trailers.
And would you tell us what State's Exhibit number 2 is, if we'd have State's Exhibit D2, please? And tell us what that is, sir.
That's the same area. We're just now progressing back the laneway.
And would you call up D3, please? Hey, what are we looking at here, Special Agent Staley?
Off to, as we're going down the laneway, off to the left, on one of the trees, I noticed that there was some kind of an electronic device that was on one of the trees.
Were you able to tell what type of device that was at that point?
At the time that I took this photograph, no.
And later on, did you, and we'll talk about this in a bit as we proceed into the trailer, were you ever able to find a receiver that would have been connected or hooked into that particular device?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you take a look at State's Exhibit D13, please? And what are we looking at here, sir?
Okay, now we have, from making our way back towards the the trailers, I now turned around and took a photograph towards the roadway. And then you can see there's two white trucks that are sitting up on the roadway. Those are our crime scene trucks. That's how myself and Agent Horn had gotten down to the scene. But that's the driveway looking back towards the roadway.
And who is the individual with the baseball cap depicted in that picture?
I think that's Agent Horn.
Okay. And would you proceed to D17, please? And Special Agent, tell us what we're looking at here on State's Exhibit D17.
Again, we're making our way down the driveway back towards the trailers and just photographing as we're making our way back.
Hey, will that be Special Agent Horn on the right
Yes.
side there?
Yes.
Okay. Easy out of your way. I'm going to have you look at some more pictures. Special Agent Staley, I'm going to hand you a few more pictures. Be State's Exhibit D23, D24, D25, D33, D41, and D42. Just take a look at those and tell me if you recognize those.
Yes.
Hey, what are those, and did you take them?
Yes, those are my photographs.
And do they truly and accurately reflect or depict the scene as you saw it there on April 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Could you pull up D23, please? Sir, take a look at D23. Tell us what we're looking at there.
Okay, off to the, as you're looking at the trailers, off to the right, there was a little shed, if you will. And I believe it's this area, this building that's right here.
And did you eventually go in that shed, check it out, and photograph it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll get that in a little bit. And would you look at State's Exhibit D24, please? What are we looking at here?
Again, the same areas, same shed, the trailers that we've previously seen, and also the vehicles that were documented on the property.
And State's Exhibit D25.
A closer view of the vehicle, documenting the license plate as it was found.
And State's Exhibit D33.
Another vehicle that was on the property. Actually, two more vehicles that were on the property.
And State's Exhibit D41, please.
And that's the other side of the second vehicle that we previously saw.
Hey, what are we looking at over the top of the vehicle off in the distance there? Is that a second camper?
Yes.
Record, would that be this?
Yes.
Okay. We'll get it. Is that D41, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit D42. And what are we looking at there?
This would be the passenger side of the vehicle that we just previously saw.
With those vehicles, did you, an Agent Horn, search through those?
I don't believe we did at that point in time. We photographed them.
Okay. And were you concerned with finding anything of evidentiary value in there?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And would that be why you wouldn't have necessarily searched them at that point?
Correct.
Okay.
Marcus Marks is Sandy Marcus Marks is Stacey Exhibits D47, D48, D50, D51, D52, D53, D54, D58, D59, D60, D68, D75, D79, D80, D81, D82, D83, D84, D85, basically just documenting your walk around. The special agent, would you look through those, please? Tell us if you recognize them.
Yes.
Did you take those pictures?
Yes.
And do they truly and accurately reflect the scene as you saw it on April 22nd, 2016?
As I found it, yes.
I'd like to start with State's Exhibit D47. Pull that up, Mr. Wilson. Tell us what we're looking at here.
The trailer that would be to the far left, it's just the area below that. We're just looking up. I'm just documenting overall, just the area overall.
I want to direct your attention to the left side of that picture. Does there appear to be a security light there?
Yes.
Were you ever able to determine if it was in working order?
I don't remember.
Obviously, you would have been more focused on the actual residence here, such as this and this area, would you not?
Yes.
Move on to State's Exhibit D48. Just tell us what that is, please.
Same area, just now a little bit more to the right, capturing both the trailers.
And D49.
Now again, panning slightly more to the right, focusing on just the one main trailer.
D50.
And again, the main trailer, and then proximity to the shed.
D51, please.
And that's looking back towards the first trailer that we saw.
D52.
Again, proximity between the two trailers.
D53.
Focus more towards the main trailer, and then again, proximity with the shed. We're moving a little closer now to working our way up onto the hill.
D54.
And then the area showing how the distance or proximity from the vehicles to the shed and the main trailer.
Let's move to State's Exhibit D58, please.
Now I've moved a little bit more over to the right, and now looking at the left-hand side of the main trailer and the deck.
And D59, please.
Looking at the trailer and the deck from the frontal.
And could we have State's Exhibit D60?
And again, the main trailer, the deck, and then showing the relationship to the shed.
And we have State's Exhibit D68.
And now I've moved a little bit more to the right, and again showing the main trailer and the front deck and the steps.
And would you take a look at State's Exhibit D75, please?
And that's a close-up view of the steps leading up to the deck at the main trailer.
Okay, do we have Stacey Exhibit D79?
Going past the trailer on the right, I guess that's the front of the trailer, just documenting what's underneath the front of the trailer and kind of behind.
Okay, D80, please.
Continuing on around, looking down the back of the trailer, just documenting what's behind the trailer.
D81, please.
And now walking even further behind the trailer, just documenting the other trailer, what's behind the other trailer.
D82.
That's pretty much the same view, now just turning slightly to the left and capturing the main trailer in the photograph as well.
D83.
And then a kind of a better picture of what's behind the trailer.
D84.
And then turning back from the way I came, just documenting that area that I just walked through.
And D85.
A little bit, same photograph, just a little bit to the left.
And if you would, take your pointer, maybe trace your route around the fifth wheel here, the camper.
We would have started taking, in that series of photographs, would have started from over here, walking up this way, photographing the front side of the trailer, and then up and around behind, and then coming back around this side of the trailer.
Okay. Well, why is it important to take all those photographs of the outside of a structure like that?
Just to document the condition of how it is, what's present, what's not present.
We'll move on to the shed at this point. I'm going to hand you another series of pictures.
Special Agent Staley, I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibits D86, D87, D88, D89, D90, D91, D93, D96, D98, D99, D100, D101, D102, D108, D109, D110, D112, and D118. Take a look at those for us, please, and tell us if you recognize them for the record.
Yes.
I'd like to start with State's Exhibit D86. Would you tell us what we're looking at here?
That would be the entry door into the shed.
And is that door in that picture in the same condition in which you found it?
Yes.
Move on to State's Exhibit D87. What are we looking at there, Special Agent Staley?
It's the same door. On the steps that were leading up to that door, there was a key fob that had a key on it.
And did you come back and collect that key fob as evidence?
I believe so.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Is there anything else visible in that picture? We'll move on to State's Exhibit D88. What are we looking at here?
It's the same door on the shed, and if you look, ain't up there. Follow the door all the way up to the top right-hand side, and then just around the corner, there's a camera.
If you don't mind, could you point that out in that picture? To take a look at State's Exhibit D89.
Same photograph, just a close-up view of the camera now.
And State's Exhibit D90.
Now, we see the door to our right. So that would be a second camera on the back side of the shed. It would be to the left of the doorway that we previously saw.
Okay. Hey, for those of us who are over 50 and don't have all our glasses with us and everything, would you mind taking your pointer and pointing out the camera on that?
This would be the doorway.
Okay. State's Exhibit D91, please. What are we looking at here?
And that appears as though there's another camera on the building. I can't really see exactly where that's at, but it looks like I'm photographing another camera on that building.
Hey, does that help any with the blown up?
Yeah, it looks like another camera.
Okay. We can move on to State's Exhibit D93, please. What are we looking at here?
The doorway that I've previously pointed out, the door's been opened now, and we see on the step below the key fob and key that I had pointed out earlier. And now on the threshold of that door, once you open it, there's another set of keys just inside that door on the threshold.
And did you come back and take those keys as evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit D96, please. And what does that depict?
The photographs, this particular photograph is going to be on the inside of the shed, and I would have taken a series of photographs documenting the inside of the shed as I would have found it.
You take a look at the black object on the wall.
Yes. Did you have a chance to take a look at that closer?
I thought it was a bracket for a trail camera.
Did you find any trail cams, actual trail cams? Again, there's a difference between a security camera and a trail cam.
Right.
Honestly. Were you able to find any trail cams in that building?
No.
I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit D98, please. And what are we looking at here, sir?
Same photograph as before. Now I'm panning down towards the floor, just documenting the stuff that's on the floor.
And is there the stairs or anything? Does that depict a stairway or anything in the back there?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see from that
Okay.
photograph.
Yeah, there'll be other pictures of it. Look at State's Exhibit D99. And what are we looking at there?
The room that's inside the shed, just documenting overall everything that was inside that shed.
And D100, please.
Again, same photograph as before, it's just the area documenting what's on the inside of the shed.
And D101.
The same area, we see the trail camera now at the very top of that photograph and the barrels as we saw originally going in. It's just documenting what's inside the shed.
And D100, please.
100?
I'm sorry, Tab.
We go back to 100?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I am not a numbers person, if you would. Actually, move us up to D102, please, Mr. Wilson. And is that a closer view of the bracket you previously testified to?
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit D108. What are we looking at here, sir?
There was a stairway that went down to, I guess, an underground basement, if you will, in that shed building.
I should ask you, what were the lighting conditions in the shed at this time?
Poor.
When you took those pictures of the first floor of that shed, were you using a flash?
Yes, sir.
And were there any lights on in the stairwell there at all?
I don't remember, but I don't think so.
Okay. Now let's move on to State's Exhibit D109. And what are we looking at there?
It's just, again, the area downstairs. Just documenting, just doing a walkthrough, documenting what's downstairs.
Let's move on to D110.
Again, the same photograph as before, just closer and now panning down towards the floor, just documenting what's down on the floor.
Okay. About State's Exhibit D112.
There were multiple marijuana plants or presumed marijuana plants. I didn't test them, so I don't know. But they presumably are marijuana plants that were downstairs in that basement area of that shed.
And how about D118?
Just another photograph of those plants and the area around the plants.
Hey, did you find like grow lights, watering systems, the accompanying things with marijuana cultivation there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, at this point, were you specifically looking for evidence of marijuana cultivation at this scene?
No.
And while you were going through the shed, did you find any DVRs or hard drives or anything like that that would have been connected to those cameras?
The cameras, that was a point of looking at them. The cameras were not plugged into anything. The DVR downstairs, if I remember correctly, was not plugged into the wall. And when I looked at it, it had cobwebs all over it. So it appeared as though it had not been used for any length of time previous to that.
With the cobwebs and it sitting there at such time, would it have been of any evidentiary value?
No.
I'm going to bring you back to the front door for just a second. Did you find any evidence of any type of forced entry on that shed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. If you had, you would have noted it, would you not?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see any type of splintered wood or pry marks or anything like that, did you?
No.
hand you another series of pictures. It'll be D127, D128, D129, D130, D131, D132, D134, and D137. I'm going to have you look at those and tell us if you recognize those, please.
Yes, sir.
And would you tell us what those are, Special Agent Staley?
They're going to be the area of the main trailer up on the deck and the front door entryway into that trailer.
I'd like to start with State's Exhibit D127. Would you tell us what we're looking at here?
The steps leading up to the deck to the front of the trailer.
And D128, please.
Same area, now focusing more towards the area right in front of the entry door.
Take a look around, if you would. Do you see anything on the deck in front of the door there? It's pretty small.
Yeah, there's a lock right there.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit D129.
That would be a photograph of the lock, close up.
And did you later place a placard near that lock and then take it for evidence?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's take a look at State's Exhibit D130, please. I'm sorry, it is D130. What are we looking at here?
The front door, as I would have found it, walking up to the front door there, and there's a hasp, and the hasp is open.
State's Exhibit D131. And what are we looking at there?
Still on the front deck, now to the right of that entry door, there was a small window, which would be on the front side of that trailer. And in the window, there's a cell phone that was propped up against the glass pointing out, right here.
State's Exhibit D132. Is that the same iPhone you previously testified to in the last
Yes,
section?
it is, close up.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit D134. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the door to that same trailer front door, now from a more front direct as you would be going into that doorway.
And State's Exhibit D137, please.
Opening the outer door, just documenting that that inner screen door is closed for the position of it.
If you're able to tell, are there screens in all those panels, or is there a sliding mechanism for any of those screens or anything like that?
This portion of it, I can't see whether there's a screen in there or not. It doesn't appear as though there is. And this could be a sliding mechanism, possibly. That's what it looks like.
And did you see any type of forced entry, breakage, anything like that, either on the outer door or the inner door?
No.
Gonna hand you, what's marked as State's Exhibit D138 and D142. You just tell me what those are, please.
D138 is going to be after the screen doors opened, just documenting the inside of that trailer as I would have found it, looking in through that front doorway. D42, or 142 rather, is going to be stepping inside and turning slightly to the left and documenting the trailer as I found it on the inside.
Sure, you've listed marked as State's Exhibit D289 for us. Couple of minutes here. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
It would be the trailer. The steps that we walked up onto the front porch area, looking into the front doorway. The pictures that we just saw was looking into this area and then turning slightly to the left, documenting towards the back. And then there's a doorway that comes to the right here, which led into a bedroom. That'd be the bigger trailer.
From the living room, or sorry, kitchen room, terminology. Now this isn't to scale, is it?
That says not to scale.
This would be more to get a general idea of where everything is in the layout of that fifth wheel camper with it on.
Correct.
And in regards to the kitchen area and the sitting area there, did you find or collect any pieces of evidence in that area?
I don't believe so.
Okay. If you had, you would have documented them. You'd taken pictures with a evidence placard and everything like that.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Now this next one we probably shouldn't show. Going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit D163. Tell us what we're looking.
The D163 is going to be the doorway view into the bedroom. So we're seeing some like cabinets off to the right side here a little bit. The doorway is going to be on the left-hand side, and we're looking through that doorway into the bedroom, which would be this one.
Yeah, obviously the print out of that looks a little bit brighter than the screen there, but is anyone visible through there, or parts of anyone visible through there?
A foot propped up on the bed.
Yeah, these next pictures actually shouldn't be shown as well either. I'm going to hand you what is marked as State Exhibits D169, D179, D185, D183, and D190. Just take a look at those for me, sir.
Yes,
Did you take those photographs?
I believe I did, yes.
Do they truly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at State's Exhibit D169 and tell us what we're looking at there.
Have progressed through the doorway that we previously just saw into the bedroom area. And to the right, there was a dresser. Looks like a TV or computer screen up on top of it. The front window that we see in that photograph would be where we photographed out on the front deck, the one that we saw the cell phone propped up in. And I'm just documenting the room, the condition of the room, and how it was found.
I want you to take a closer look at the open top drawer. Was there anything there that drew your attention?
This item right here was sticking up in that open drawer, and some of the first photographs that we saw when we were going back the driveway, there was a white electronic object that was on the tree. And that object was later determined to be a motion sensor, motion detector, and that white object that you see sticking out of the drawer there was kind of like the alarm portion of that sensor.
Did you find it to be in good working order and actively working?
We tested it and it worked, yes.
Okay. I'd like to move on to State's Exhibit D179. This will show our victim, so please do not show it.
179.
D179. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Via the photograph going straight in through that doorway, there was a bed, mattress. On the mattress was some clothing, some money, set of keys, and the decedent was found on that mattress.
If you would take a look at the blue jeans on the right side there, did you notice anything significant about the pockets?
Pockets were turned out.
Move to State's Exhibit D185.
Again, you're looking at the blue jeans, the items that were found on the bed, the keys, money, and then you have the decedent's feet.
Did you later collect any of these items as evidence?
I think so.
Okay, you would have had that documented
Yes.
in the report and photographed?
Yes.
Placards, okay. Move to State's Exhibit D183. What are we looking at here, sir?
It would be as we previously saw the mattress, this would be to the far left side of the mattress, between the wall and the bed.
How much space would you say would be between the wall and the bed, looking at State's Exhibit D183?
Not much.
I want to move on to State's Exhibit D190.
190.
190, Mr. Wilson. And tell us what we're looking at here.
This would be the opposite side of the bed, so as we were looking in that room, this would be to the right side of the bed.
I want to move to State's Exhibit D174, please. And what are we looking at here, sir?
That's going to be the decedent in the position that I found him.
I want you to take a close look at State's Exhibit D174. Does it depict anything of significance? Check out that little shiny spot.
Right there.
Yes, can you tell us what that is?
It was a cartridge case.
Let's move on to State's Exhibit D194. And what are we looking at here?
This would be walking up on the right side of the bed and now focusing on that cartridge case as it was found and taking photographs as I would have found it.
And State's Exhibit D195.
Same photograph, now just zooming in, getting a closer photograph of it.
You take a look at State's Exhibit D240. And State's Exhibit D43.
D43.
G43. I'm sorry, D243, I apologize.
That would be a much closer, now from the other side or from the back side of it, a much closer photograph of the cartridge case as I would have found it.
Move on to State's Exhibit D209.
And again, a close-up of the cartridge case, now using a scale for size and reference.
In this next series depicts our victim, so we don't want to have those shown. Let's move to State's Exhibit D191. Tell us what we're looking at here, sir.
Would be the decedent as I would have found him.
And at this point, did either you or Special Agent Horn or anyone in your presence that touch the decedent, manipulate him, move him in any way?
No, sir.
Okay. We move on to State's Exhibit D219.
Would be another photograph of the decedent showing position, capturing more of the head, shoulders, and chest area.
State's Exhibit D236.
Objection to this, Judge. It's repetitive.
Your Honor, you're not repetitive. It shows a closer view. The last picture was even from a different angle. These are different angles. They are probative. We do and do this before. I only have two more pictures of Mr. Rhoden just in the state of the crime scene to show. They're both at different angles.
The court will overrule it, Judge.
And what are we looking at here, sir?
Again, the position of the decedent as he was found.
I want to move on to State's Exhibit D235.
And now place.
Objection.
Over.
Same reason, Your Honor. State's Exhibit D35, tell us what we're looking at here.
Be the same, similar photographs, now placing a scale in there for size and reference.
Okay, how long would you say you were in the bedroom with the decedent that day?
I don't remember. Not real long.
Okay. Hey, did you have a chance to you take a look at the, not to sound morbid, blood flow and his face pretty closely?
Yes.
And you previously indicated you've investigated several hundred homicide cases.
Correct.
You had any advanced training in blood spatter, blood flow, anything like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what type of training was that?
Again, through the National Forensic Academy at the University of Tennessee, there was extensive studies done with blood stain pattern analysis. And at BCI, we have participated in numerous courses where we brought in experts from outside to study bloodstain pattern analysis as well.
And looking at Stacey Exhibit 235 and observing Mr. Rhoden that day, were you able to tell if his right eye was open or closed?
The right eye,
Yes.
I was not able to tell. It's not there.
Or the eyelid. How about the left eye?
It looks like it's partially open or partially closed.
Okay. And looking at that picture D235 and recalling your time at the scene that day, does the blood flow suggest anything to you pursuant to your training and experience?
In my opinion, that was the position that he was shot.
Were you able to say, looking at him there, whether he would have been awake or asleep, or is there a way to determine that?
Again, in my opinion, I would say he was asleep.
Okay. And looking at the area around his right eye socket, do you see anything noteworthy around there?
You have the red area around it. This area?
Yes, sir.
That's usually common with unfired gunpowder that kind of speckles the body. It leaves little red marks when it's fired at a closer distance.
Are you able to give us, pursuant to your training and experience, a distance that firearm is fired?
No.
And why is that, just for the record?
Our laboratory doesn't do it anymore.
I want to ask you another question. Were you able at the scene to determine the angle of entry into Kenny Rhoden's head, eye socket, or anything like that based on what you saw?
No.
Are you able to tell us anything about the path of that bullet?
No.
Would that be due to multiple variables?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's move on to State's Exhibit D212. What are we looking at here?
This is going to be the front window, the shade that's in the front window, and if you can see just between the blinds here, the shade will be the cell phone that's propped up in that window.
Move on to State's Exhibit D213.
Now just opening up the blind just slightly to capture that phone that's propped up in the window.
And State's Exhibit D215.
There's we're looking at the bed, and we can see the decedent's feet, the jeans that we had previously saw, and there's a work light, if you will, that looks like it's on, and it's laying down on the floor below that window.
Was it lit when you entered the bedroom?
It would have been just like what we're seeing here.
Was there any other source of light in in any part of that trailer when you were there?
Not that I remember. I don't believe there was anything on other than that light.
And at what point in the investigation did you start documenting any pieces of evidence?
We would have gone through and taken all these photographs overall, documenting the scene as we would have found it, and then we would have gone in to identify specific items of evidence that we knew that were going to be used later as evidence or potential evidence, and then we would have put down numbered placards. They're yellow numbered tents, placards, if you will. And then I had Agent Horn at the time had a 3D Faro scanner. And that, after we would have gone in and taken those photographs, then Agent Horn would have gone in and employed the Faro scanner. And that's a digital, it makes almost like a hologram, if you will, of the entire scene. And then that can be used for any measurement. Basically, it measures 40 million points every 6 to 8 minutes. So every time you do a scan scene, it would record 40 million points in about 6 to 8 minutes.
I'd like to have you take a look at that Faro scan right now, if we could. And Mr. Wilson, would you pull up Stacey Exhibit? I believe it is S2.
It's 4.
4, I apologize.
For the record, this will also be on that external drive that's marked with our video and audio. It'll be in the Faro scan folder. It'll be marked as Exhibit S4.
Any objections?
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And sir, is the Faro scan an accurate depiction of what you observed of the scene that day?
It is, yes.
Yeah, what's the purpose in taking a Faro scan?
It is actually a way of recording everything that's at the scene, as I said before, with accurate measurements. And in seeing what we just saw in the fly-through, I had put placards down. Those numbered placards, which we saw on the bed, are indicating items of evidence that would have been collected. And that's where they were at. I just added the tents or the placards to that, and then it was documented with the Faro scanner.
I want to direct your attention to State's Exhibits 260 and 261 right now. I'm going to ask you if you recognize those, sir.
Yes.
What are those?
They're going to be, we're at the shed outside at the doorway, the man door walking in. Item number 2, placard number 2, is going to be the key and key fob that was on the step. And item number 1 is going to be the set of keys that were found on the threshold just inside the door.
Was marked as State's Exhibits D262, 264, and 265. Do you recognize those?
Yes,
Did you take those?
I did.
Do they truly and accurately reflect the
scene as you saw it that day on April 22nd?
Yes, sir.
2016?
And we're looking at State's Exhibit D262. Basically, you've got your yellow crime scene number, and with the number 1, just for the record, is that the first piece of evidence you would have collected?
Yes.
And do you continue through with the yellow numbers in a sequential order?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit D276. I'm going to have you open that up. There's some gloves, if you like here. There's scissors and a knife. Yes, obviously with that bag, there's, multiple labels and things like that. Do you recognize that evidence bag?
It's my evidence item number 1.
And what did that, once you sealed that bag up, what did you do with it?
My initials and the date are put on the back of it where I taped it shut.
And can you tell if it was ever sent to any of the BCI laboratories?
I believe it was.
And for the record, they put their notations and their stickers and lab numbers on that as well?
Correct, yes.
Basically, when we see a red sticker on there, is that a BCI forensic lab sticker?
I believe that's a London sticker, yes.
Okay. Do they use different stickers for different laboratories such as London, Richfield, Bowling Green?
Yeah, they're a little different.
Okay. And if you would you mind opening that up? Yeah, what are we looking at there?
There's a lock with different keys, key in the lock.
There's a separate key ring that was along with it, was there not?
Yes.
And is that the same item that visible in the picture up there, State's Exhibit D262?
It appears as though it is, yes.
Would you mind holding both those up for the jury, please? Thank you. Your Honor, the parties have a stipulation in regards to State's Exhibit D276.
All right, please state the stipulation.
And what that stipulation is, Your Honor, is, again, in order to prevent the forensic scientist from having to come down and testify, is that State's Exhibit D276 is a lock with keys to the shed for the residence identified as 799 Left Fork Road. This exhibit is identified with BCI item number 1, lab report number 7. This item was sent to the lab for DNA analysis. The lab assigned the following lab numbers to this exhibit. Item 7A is the single key in the lock. There was no DNA profile recovered from item 7A. And if you would, sir, would you hold up the lock with the key in it? So we're basically talking about that item. Item 7B is the keys on the ring, excluding item 7A that Special Agent Staley just showed us. There was no DNA profile recovered from item 7B. Item 7C is the lock. You've previously showed us the lock, sir. Item 7C was found to have a mixture of DNA on it, and Kenneth Rhoden's DNA is included in the mixture. Item D is the remaining set of keys. Item 7D does not contain sufficient DNA data for comparison purposes. Is that acceptable to everyone?
All right, so that's one stipulation, but it includes 4 separate items.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, it was the lock and the keys as depicted in State's Exhibit D262. They were given sub-numbers with A, B, C, and D.
All right, is that stipulation?
That's correct.
The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
I want to hand you what's marked Exhibit D277. Can you tell us what that is?
The evidence item number 2, and it was a set of keys that were recovered from the steps of the shed.
Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit D264, please? And are there any markings on there that are familiar to you?
Yes, my initials and the date are on the seal on the back.
And what did you do with that particular item once you'd taken it from the scene?
It would have been placed in evidence and turned over to, I think it went to Brian White.
And are there notations on that bag indicating that has been sent to the BCI lab?
Yes, sir.
Would you open that up for us, please? Is that the same translucent key fob and key as depicted in State's Exhibit 264 on the screen?
I believe it is.
Your Honor, we also have a stipulation in regards to State's Exhibit 277.
Please state that.
I'll review it. State's Exhibit D277 is a key fob recovered from the residence identified as 799 Left Fork Road. This item is identified as BCI item number 2 and lab number 8. It was submitted to the lab for that DNA testing. Item 8 does not contain sufficient DNA data for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct.
And the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Wilson, could you pull up State's Exhibit D266, please? What are we looking at here, sir?
Would be on the front deck outside the walk-in door of the trailer. Placard number 3 was placed down there for the lock that was found on the deck, just outside the door.
The hand you put is marked as
State's Exhibit D278. Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit D267, please?
hand you was marked as State's Exhibit D278. Do you recognize that?
Yes, evidence item number 3. It was a lock that was recovered near the front door.
And did you place that item in that evidence bag yourself?
I did. My initials and the date are across the seal in the back.
And was that ever sent to the BCI DNA lab at any point?
I believe it was.
And are there lab markings on the bag itself, such as the label?
Yes.
Would you open that up for me, please? And is that the same item as depicted in State's Exhibit D267 that you found on the deck of that trailer?
I believe it is.
Your Honor, the parties also have a stipulation in regards to State's Exhibit D278 for the record as well.
Please state the stipulation for the jury.
Stipulation is that State's Exhibit D278 is a lock found near the front door of the residence, identified as 799 Left Fork Road. This item is identified as BCI item number 3 and lab number 9. This item was sent to the lab for DNA testing. Item 9 does not contain sufficient DNA data for comparison purposes.
Mr. Parker,
That's correct.
the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence here in the courtroom.
Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit D269, please?
And if you would, sir, take a look at State's Exhibit D269. Tell us what we're looking at there.
This is going to be in the bedroom of the trailer that we were in. And I've placed down placards 4, 5, 6, and 7. And 4 is going to be on the bed. And that would have been the money and the keys, the items that would have been found in that area. 5, I believe, is going to be the pair of blue jeans that appeared as though the pockets were turned out. 6 is going to be, it's hanging on the blind, but 6 is going to be the cell phone. You can just see the cell phone off to the right of number 6. And then 7 is going to be on that green comforter blanket, and that's going to be the cartridge case that was previously photographed.
Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit D270, please?
270.
270. Thanks, sir.
And for the record, what are we looking at here, Special Agent Staley?
Placard number 4 is going to be referencing a set of keys and the money that was found on the bed.
Can I hand you what's marked as State's Exhibit D279? Do you recognize that item?
That's my evidence item number 4, where it was signed and sealed by me on the back on the April 22nd of 16.
I just want to refer you back to the diagram really quickly. If you mark the State's Exhibits, BCI numbers 1 and 2, which were the keys and the key fobs at the outbuilding. The lock was found in this area, was it not?
Yes.
And now we're talking inside the bedroom. We're looking at item number 4, which is State's Exhibit D279.
Correct.
If you would you open that up and tell us that is? And did you package that yourself from the scene?
I did, yes.
So the keys. Picture. Mr. Wilson, would you bring up State's Exhibit, the picture D272, please? And Special Agent Staley, take a look at State's Exhibit D272. Does that look familiar to you?
It does, yes.
And for the record, you would have taken that picture?
Yes, sir.
And what does that depict, just for the record?
Would be evidence placard number 5, which is documenting a pair of blue jeans that were found on the bed in that bedroom.
I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit 280. And do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what that is.
It is evidence item number 5, which was the pair of jeans that was collected from the bed. And my initials and the date are across the seal on the back.
And if you would you open those up?
Judge, we'll stipulate as to the contents.
We actually do have a stipulation on that, so we'll save you some time, Special Agent Staley. You won't have to open those up, especially at the type of evidence that is. Again, the item contained in State's Exhibit D272 will be the same item you sealed in that bag, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's agreed to by counsel.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
The stipulation we have, Your Honor, is that State's Exhibit D280 is the pair of jeans found inside a residence identified as 799 Left Fork Road. This item is identified as BCI item number 5 and lab number 2. Item 7C was found to have a mixture of DNA on it, and Kenneth Rhoden's DNA is included in the DNA profile on the jeans.
Mr. Parker.
That's correct.
All right, the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation just given to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Mr. Wilson, would you bring up State's Exhibit D275 for me? So I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit D281. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And tell us what that is, please.
It's evidence item number 6, would be the cell phone that was collected from the window with my signature and date across the seal.
And can you tell by looking at the evidence bag, was that sent to any other division of BCI for analysis?
I don't believe so.
Would you mind opening that up and showing it to the jury, please?
Judge, we'll stipulate the contents of this.
If there's not an objection to it, maybe save you a little bit of time, Special Agent. Again, just for the record, that the item contained in contained and listed as State's Exhibit D281 is the same iPhone, basically rose gold, as depicted in picture D275?
Yes, sir.
Is that agreed to?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, would you bring up State's Exhibit D273 for me, please?
I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit D282. Do you recognize that?
It's evidence item number 7, which is a cartridge case that was found in the bedroom with my initials and the date across the seal.
Let me take a look at State's Exhibit D287 here for a second. Got another diagram for you. And looking on the diagram there, where specifically did you find that piece of evidence?
It was on there was a green comforter or blanket covering part of the decedent, and it was laying on top of that green comforter or blanket.
Such as you have depicted in State's Exhibit D273.
Correct, yes.
Hey, would you open that up for us, please? And opening that up and reviewing that bag, can you tell if that was sent to any other division of BCI?
I believe it was sent to the laboratory.
Judge, we'll stipulate to this item as well.
We'd like to, on this one, on this particular exhibit, Your Honor, we actually would like the jurors to see it. They can see they've seen pictures of it, but we'd like to see them, we'd like to have them see the actual shell casing.
All right, I'll permit you to do that.
Move that, please, sir. Hey, would you mind taking that out of the bag?
Is there an objection to publishing this to the jury?
No objection, Judge.
And actually, that was my next question. Special Agent Staley, would you mind stepping out of the witness box and basically publishing that to the jury, showing them, sending them to folks like Mr. John? We actually have some alternate jurors over here too. Again, since you're kind of new to Pike County, I'm sure these ladies and gentlemen this as well. And while you're here, can you hear him? Would you be able to hear him okay? I want you to do something for me, Special Agent Staley. I want you to flip that cartridge case around. Is there a head stamp on that?
Says Hornady 40 S&W.
Hey, would you show the head stamp on that shell case and publish that to the jurors if you don't mind? If you would you put that in the bag, please? Yeah, I used the term head stamp with you earlier, and I would assume, sir, in your training and experience, especially in the Ashland County Sheriff's Office as a detective in your 15 years of BCI, are you familiar with firearms?
To a degree, yes.
And what, for you to use the term Hornady, what is Hornady?
It's a brand name.
Such as, for ammunition?
Yes.
Obviously some people may have heard of like Winchester, Federal, Remington, things like that?
Correct.
Yeah. So this is just basically another ammunition manufacturer?
Correct.
And looking at State's Exhibit D282, were you able to tell a caliber, or is the caliber on the head stamp? Because again,
Says 40 S&W.
okay. In regards to 40 S&W, yeah, we've used the term 40 caliber. The head stamp says 40 S&W. Are those terms that are used interchangeably?
Yes.
They kind of like 9mm Luger, 9mm Parabellum, something like that.
Yes.
So basically, if I have any type of ammunition that's got a head stamp on it that says 40 Smith & Wesson, it would be the same thing as if I said I've got a 40 caliber cartridge or 40 caliber ammo then.
I believe so.
Okay. Obviously, we have people at the lab that can testify to that. And your training experience, basically as a crime scene agent, do you get into the analysis of firearms at any length?
I do not.
Okay. Now, you also did, you can take that down if you want to, Mr. Wilson. You also had indicated in your report you took blind swabs off our victims' hands and wrists.
Yes.
If you would, tell us what a blind swab is.
A blind swab is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. There's not anything visual that you can see. There's not like there's a substance there that you're looking for. There's not anything that's visible that you can detect with your bare eye. So a blind swab would be for maybe if somebody grabbed a hold of somebody or moved them around, manipulated them, wrestled with them, whatever the case might be, you would find a transfer of touch DNA on that person's skin by collecting a blind swab. So we use a sterile swab with a SEB, stain extraction buffer, that is produced by our laboratory. And all that is sterile water with a little bit of detergent in there that helps to collect or gather the touch DNA if it's there.
What was your purpose in taking blind swabs from our victims' hands in this particular case?
To see if anybody would have grabbed or restrained his wrist during any time in an altercation.
And looking at the scenes that you saw that day, did you see any signs of a struggle, altercation, anything like that?
No.
But in such a case, though, just in case, and to be absolutely sure, you still take blind swabs then?
Just as a precautionary measure, you get one chance at getting evidence, so.
I'm going to hand you what's marked as State's Exhibits D283 and 284. So would you tell me what those are?
These would be the blind swabs, evidence item number 8 and evidence item number 8A that I would have collected, and I initialed the seals and dated on the back.
In regards to State's Exhibit 283, is that in regards to the left hand?
Yes.
And that would be item 8.
Yes.
In regards to State's Exhibit 284, just for the record, that's item 8A,
Correct.
and that would be the swab of the right hand.
Yes, sir.
Hey, did you ever, in reviewing the scene, especially the bedroom, find anything that you considered a possible blood stain?
There was a blood stain on the wall of the bedroom. I believe it was off the foot of the bed. And when it was tested with a presumptive test of TMB, it was tested presumptive positive for blood. So a swab was collected from that stain.
Okay. And you usually carry the chemical TMB in your crime scene truck for situations such as this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just going to have maybe review
Stacey Exhibit D179. They took me to the foot of the bed. Need that generator, we can have them take a look at the diagram if you like. Let me show you Stacey Exhibit 288.
Okay, the photograph,
Hey, would you pull up Exhibit 4? Let me get that. I'm sorry.
179.
Thank you, sir.
Again, we're in the bedroom. Off to on the side of the bed where the decedent was on the wall, there was a reddish brown stain that was found on the wall over there. It was tested with my chemicals TMB, and it was found to be presumptive blood. So a swab was collected of that stain.
And are you able to tell, and this is basically the best picture we have of that area, in Stacey Exhibit D179, with the general area, you would have found that, if you can see it from that angle.
Yeah, it's not going to be very visible from that, but 9 is going to give you the best idea area of where it was located. So it would have been on the wall, on the side of the bed, left side of the bed if you're viewing it, which would have been the side the decedent was closest to.
I'm going to have you actually take a look at Stacey Exhibit 285. Just identify that for the record, if you would, sir.
It's my evidence, number 9, blood-like stain that was found on the bedroom wall, signed by me and dated on the seal.
And what did you do with that particular piece of evidence once you took it?
That would have been placed into evidence, and it was turned over to, I believe, Brian White.
Can you recall what time you finished up the crime scene processing there at 799 Left Fork that day?
It was several hours later.
And if you can recall, did you or Special Agent Horn assist in the removal of the victim in that scene?
I don't believe so.
Would you normally do that?
No, normally we don't. I don't.
And did you ever come back, we call scene 4, that interchangeably with 799 Left Fork Road. Did you ever come back to that scene for anything?
No, sir.
Again, you normally work in northern Ohio. Have you been assigned any other cases in this end of the state since this happened?
Not since this has happened, no.
Okay.
I've been in Portsmouth a couple of times because they didn't have agents available, but
And at any time, did you go into any of the other scenes?
no, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we do have a final stipulation, and that is that no DNA profiles belonging to Edward Jacob Wagner, Angela Wagner, George Washington Wagner III, or George Washington Wagner IV were found at scene 4, 799 Left Fork Road. Is that acceptable?
That's correct.
All right. The jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as fully as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for Special Agent Staley.
Except we'll take a break right now. We've been out for a couple hours. We will take a 15-minute morning break, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At, let's make it at 15 after 11. You're to assemble at the jury room downstairs. You'll be brought up by court personnel from there. While you're on break, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case. Do not do any research concerning the facts or the law of the case from any source whatsoever. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of the case, and have no contact with any of the participants in the case, including parties, counsels, or witnesses. With that, we are in recess until 11:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Is counsel ready for the jury to be brought in?
Yes.
We are, Your Honor.
Finished direct examination of the
We have,
officer.
Your Honor. No. Other than a stipulation,
All right, you wish
I
to?
guess I can even make it from here if you want. And it's that the blind swabs on State's Exhibit 280, D283 and D84 were, those are listed as items 8 and 8A on the BCI evidence rolls. Those were sent, we stipulate they were sent to the BCI DNA lab, and they contain the DNA of Kenneth Rhoden. In regards to State's Exhibit D284, D285, that would be the swab of the possible blood stain on a bedroom wall. Again, State's Exhibit D285 and Item 9. That was not submitted, we stipulate it was not submitted to the DNA lab, Your Honor. And other than
All
that,
right.
no further questions for Special Agent Staley.
So that is one stipulation, but includes D282, D283, D284, and D285. Is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
Just do D283 and D284. Those are BCI items 8 and 8A.
Okay. D283 and D284,
Correct.
and then also D285.
That is correct. Yes, Your Honor.
That's it exactly.
And it's the court's understanding that the stipulation was that the blind swabs taken and designated D283 and D284 were submitted and contained the DNA of Kenneth Rhoden.
Correct, Your Honor.
And D285 was not submitted. Is that
Correct, Your Honor.
That is our understanding.
All right. And the jury is instructed to accept the stipulation to be established as fact as if it had been established through evidence in the courtroom. If that you're finished with this?
Yes, Your Honor. The State of Ohio has no further questions for Special Agent Staley.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Well, you?
Good. I'm okay, thank you. I'm John Parker. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Wagner. Nice to meet you, sir.
Pleasure.
Let me set up. Good. I just do want to ask you just a few follow-up questions. I guess a good place to start is with these diagrams. So let me try to place. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 286. You identified this earlier. This is an aerial photo of crime scene number 4 here on Left Fork Road. Is that right?
I believe so.
All right.
Yes.
You obviously didn't take this photo, correct?
No, sir.
But it's an accurate photo
Yes.
of the location. The trailer where you found the victim's body, that was in this trailer kind of in the middle of these 3 objects?
The center one, yes.
All right. And there's an object to the left as I look at this. It looks to be a smaller camper. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Did you photograph the interior of that camper?
I want to say we went in and looked at it. I don't remember if we had any photographs of it or not.
All right. Did it appear that anybody was currently living there?
No.
So it appeared that nobody was living there?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified and showed photographs, and I'm not going to show them all to you again, but from the roadway, Left Fork Road, up this driveway, and around. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do any exterior measurements for distances, like from the roadway all the way to the trailer there in the middle?
That could be, I believe, obtained through the Faro scanner.
All right, but you don't know that distance as
No.
you sit here right now?
No, I don't.
Okay. And likewise, the distance, say, from behind these 3 vehicles that are in the driveway here, there are 3, correct?
I believe there were, yes.
All right, from the area immediately behind these 3 vehicles, do you know the distance approximately from behind this truck here to the right to the front door of the trailer?
No, I don't know what that distance would be, but it could be obtainable by the Faro scanner.
Fair enough. So you relied upon the Faro scanner for whatever measurements may have been taken?
Yes, sir.
You did not do any independent measurements?
No, sir.
And you arrived, I believe you said around 5:45 in the afternoon or early evening?
Yeah, it was 5:45, something like that.
Okay. And this was in April
Yes.
of 2016. Do you know what time it got dark that evening?
No, I don't remember what time it got dark.
All right. Do you recall how long you were there before it got dark, approximately?
It was a few hours, I think.
Okay. Sir, you arrived in southern Ohio after being assigned to come down here that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were given information about what was going on with the various crime scenes. Is that fair to say?
To a degree, yes.
And in particular, this crime scene.
Yes.
You had been briefed before you arrived.
Yes.
So you kind of knew what to expect.
To a degree.
To a degree. Until you got there, you don't know.
Right.
But you were given general information.
Yes, sir.
Now, you discussed taking the various photographs. Did you enter any building before you took photographs?
No.
So the first thing you did was take photographs.
Yes.
Now, you entered this shed area to the right where you found the marijuana, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you showed us pictures of the marijuana operation inside, correct?
Yes.
Was there a strong odor of marijuana in there?
Of fresh marijuana.
Okay. As opposed to,
Processed.
okay, there's a difference in the smell?
Yes.
All right. But you did smell the marijuana as well as visualize it, correct?
Yes.
And obviously you can't document smell very easily, right?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified about various keys that you found, correct?
Yes.
There were keys on the edge or the foot of the bed where the victim was found, correct?
Correct.
And I believe there were keys on the steps outside that shed or grow house, is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever match those keys to wherever they went?
No.
And you showed us pictures of when you enter the trailer where the body was found, and you make a right to go up some stairs to the bedroom. Is that right?
Correct.
It was rather dark in there. Is that fair to say when you were there?
It's dark, yeah. Not completely dark, but it was darker.
Right. I mean, you were there 5:45, 6
Correct.
o'clock, something like that, so it was still daylight outside.
Correct, yes.
And you showed us a picture of inside the bedroom. There appeared to be a work light, I think you called it,
Correct,
on the floor.
yes,
And that was on, correct?
yes,
When you arrived.
yes.
All right. But there were no other lights turned on inside the trailer. Is that correct?
I don't believe there were.
Okay. Do you know the width of those stairs that go up to the bedroom once you enter the trailer where the body was found? Do you know the width of those stairs?
It was narrow. Again, that's something that could be obtained by the Faro scans.
But your recollection is that it was narrow.
Yes.
Sorry, going back to the grow room or the shed for a moment. Do you know if anybody went into that building, into that grow room, into that shed? Do you know if anybody went in there before you arrived?
I have no knowledge of anybody going in there.
Do you know the last time somebody had been in there before you got there?
No, I don't.
When you documented the exterior, you went behind up here kind of on the hillside, is that right?
Yes.
And around this area here in the front and in between, you documented all that
Correct.
with photographs.
Yes.
Did you see any evidence that a four-wheeler had been in that area recently?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, you showed us a photograph from inside the bedroom, and there was a dresser to the right, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you pointed out a white electronic device, right?
Yes.
And I believe you said that was connected to the motion sensor that you pointed out at the front of the driveway towards Left Fork Road. Is that right?
Yes.
You said that was operating.
Yes.
All right. Did you make a recording of the sound that was made when you determined it was operative?
No.
If I could have D190, please. Showing you a photograph you identified earlier, sir, as D190. Maybe on your monitor whenever we get it up here. Okay, that's D190. You identified this earlier, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's the green comforter that covered the victim to the left there, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that mattress appears not to have any sheets on it, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, so there was just that comforter on the bed?
I believe so, yes.
No other sheets or any coverings?
I don't remember anything else. I remember that comforter being there.
All right. Now, right kind of in the center left of that picture, there appears to be some sort of plywood or platform that the mattress is resting on. Is that accurate?
This area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Does that appear to be a platform or a piece of plywood that the mattress is resting on?
Yes.
Okay. And right there where you just pointed, there appears to be a clear bottle, perhaps of water. Is that, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
All right. That's as you found it, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that had not been placed there by anybody that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. So that would be an indication, would it not, that there was no struggle here because it's placed on the edge of that plywood.
It could be.
I mean, it's right next to the mattress, right next to the comforter where the victim is laying, correct?
It is.
If there had been a struggle of some sort, that easily could have been knocked off. Is that fair to say?
I'll give you that.
All right. Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. Now, as I understand it, the only interior lighting of the trailer was that work light you found on the floor that you testified about, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever take any photographs of the lighting conditions in the room once it became dark that night?
I don't believe so.
I'm going to show you another diagram you referenced earlier. This is State's Exhibit 287, marked ballistic evidence. Once again, this is a not-to-scale diagram of the interior of the trailer where the victim was found, correct?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the bedroom area, and I know this is not to scale, but this is the victim here was kind of in a diagonal position across the bed. Is that fair to say?
Somewhat, yes.
All right. And number 7, which you marked with the green sticker, or someone has marked with the green sticker, that's the caliber, 40 caliber cartridge case found as you're looking at it from the foot of the bed to the right of the victim. Is that correct?
Correct.
I can have just one more. Thank you very much, sir. I have no other question.
Thank you.
Does the state wish to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Just a few questions for Special Agent Staley.
Would it be correct to say that other than Kenneth Rhoden hands and his hands and his wall, kind of the side of the bed that we talked about earlier, those were the only places you actually did swabs on? Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
You were asked briefly about that shell casing, and you don't necessarily have to bring it up, but you found the shell casing right here. Is there any way to tell what direction, thing like that the pistol kicks out of shell casing?
We don't use that as any evidentiary value anymore because Force Science did a study years ago that basically ended up saying that 25% of the time was that ever correct.
Would it be fair to say in your training and experience, both as a sergeant lieutenant with the Ashland County Sheriff's Office and the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, you have you've fired firearms through qualification and other events probably more than once?
Yes, sir.
Be fair to say that it's extremely hard to determine which way a pistol is going to kick out a cartridge?
Normally they kick out in a general direction, but there's too many variables. Direction of the gun, cant of the gun, level of the gun, angles of the gun, all becomes a variable in how it's ejected from the gun.
Will that include ceiling height as well?
Yes, sir.
So if I'm firing like a 1911 or a SIG or something like that, and I'm pointing there, there's a ceiling above me, there's a fair chance that that casing is going to bounce and could end up anywhere.
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any further cross by the defense?
No, thank you very much.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse Special Agent Staley.
Thank you.
Does the state wish to call another witness at this time, or?
Our next witness actually is Dr. Karen Newman again to testify as far as the autopsy on Mr. Kenneth Rhoden. I don't know if this would be a good time to break for lunch or not. I would defer to the court on
Well,
that.
based upon how long that testimony would probably take, it may be a good time to recess for lunch, if council agrees with that. So we are going to recess for lunch now, ladies and gentlemen, until 1 o'clock. While you are at noon recess, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict. Do not read, listen to, or view any reports or accounts of the case from any source whatsoever. Do no research whatsoever concerning the facts or the law of the case, and have no contact with any participants in the case, including counsel, parties, or witnesses. You'll be at 1 o'clock, and maybe just a few minutes before that, so you can be brought up here at 1 o'clock. You should be present at the jury room. You should leave your notepads, of course, on your seats there and wear your badges. Does counsel for either party have anything before we take our lunch recess?
The state has nothing further, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
And we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Yeah, that.
I saw one.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we were at the point where the state ready to call another witness, I believe. Is the state ready to have the jury brought up?
We are, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
Be seated. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, we are, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Karen Newman of the Hamilton County Coroner's Office to the stand.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth as you shall answer unto God?
I do.
Be seated. The state may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for purpose of the record, would you state your name and employment, please?
Dr. Karen Lohman.
And you are the Chief Deputy Coroner of the Hamilton County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
And you previously performed 7 other autopsies on the victims in this case?
Yes.
And just briefly, are you board certified in any type of forensic disciplines?
Yes.
And what would that be, Doctor?
Anatomic pathology and forensics.
Hey, before we get started on the autopsy on Kenneth Rhoden, I've got a couple of questions for you regarding Hanna May Rhoden. Can you recall that autopsy for us?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying earlier about a mark on the back of her head consistent with being up against some hard surface?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit 254? And this is a picture of the deceased, so we can't show it. Take a look at State's Exhibit 254 for me, Doctor. And what does that depict?
That shows Hanna May partially on her back, but you can see that her head is pressed against the bar of her headboard of her bed.
And Mr. Wilson, would you advance to State's Exhibit C255, digital evidence number 7895? And would you take a look at that picture for us, Doctor? And what does that depict?
That's a closer picture of the bar leaning against Hanna May's head on the left side, above her ear.
Is the position of her head in those two exhibits, C254 and 255, would that be consistent with the mark you found on the back of her head?
Yes.
Okay. And why would that be?
She's leaning against that bar, her head's leaning against that bar, and normally if we were alive, you would have a dent in your arm, and as you move the arm, the dent would slowly go away. In her case, because she's deceased, the dent stays in place on the head, and if there's a little bit of an abrasion, it had a brown color on it, like we saw the other day, and the brown color also indicates this happened while she was deceased.
Okay. How would something like that normally happen?
If you're shot and you fall back, you can hit your head on that. You can also just settle and lean your head against the railing.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your testimony on that, Doctor. At this point, I'd like to move on into the autopsy of Kenneth Rhoden. And did you perform this autopsy basically in accordance with the standards and procedures you've previously testified to on our other 7 victims?
Yes, I did.
Would there be anything about this procedure that would have been different?
No.
Okay. And when exactly did you perform the autopsy on Kenneth Rhoden?
Sunday the 24th, I believe, at 12:40 or so in the afternoon.
And when did Mr. Rhoden's body arrive into the custody of the Hamilton County Coroner's Office?
I
If you're
don't
able
know.
to.
Do you have the chain of custody for it?
Actually, we'll pull that up in a minute. There are a couple of things I do want you to look at. We'll ask you, when you began the autopsy, would you describe his condition for us, please?
Kenneth was slightly decomposed like the other bodies. He had very little rigor mortis left. He also had no clothes on, so he was nude.
I actually want to show you a couple of exhibits. Here, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I show you what is marked as Stacey Exhibit L, the autopsy report for Kenneth Rhoden prepared by you, and Stacey Exhibit L62, which is the diagram you prepared as well too. If you just identify those for us and tell if those are true and accurate copies of what you prepared.
Yes. Would you like this back?
Actually, just to refresh your recollection, I'm handy was marked as State's Exhibit L72. Just tell us what that is.
This is the chain of custody report for when Kenneth was admitted to our office, and he was checked into the cooler at 6:36 a.m. on the 23rd, which is Saturday.
Thanks. You previously testified you performed this autopsy on Mr. Rhoden with your same your protocols you used in the other cases. Did you ever find any evidence of injury on Kenneth Rhoden?
Yes.
Would you tell us about that, please?
On his head, he had a single gunshot wound.
And Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit L2, please? This will be one we can't publish. Tell us what we're looking at, Dr. Lemon.
This is an overhead picture of Ken's head. You can look at his right eye, and that's where the gunshot wound is. He has dry blood coming from his nose, and that's what the black is that's going from his nose to the left side of his face.
Is this the condition in which he arrived at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
In your examination, Mr. Rhoden, would you pull up State's Exhibit L19, please? This will be another one we can release. Just tell us what we're looking at there.
Kenneth is face down on our autopsy table, or just showing his back. The settling of the blood you can see is very visible around his right shoulder. That there are spots along the left back and on the back of his left arms.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, would you pull up State's Exhibit L30, please? Okay, would you tell us what we're looking at here?
This is Kenneth after we've cleaned up his face and removed the blood that was underneath his nose and around his face.
And if we move on to State's Exhibit 32, please. L32, I apologize. And tell us what we're looking at here, Dr. Lynn.
So we are looking at Kenneth's right eye. There's a gunshot wound through the eyelids of his eye. The brown color and brown polka-dotted color that's around the underside of his eye mostly, but on his upper eyelid, a little bit on his forehead, that's the gunpowder that struck his face, creating stippling, what we call stippling, marks on his face. You can see how black the wound is around on his eyelid as well. That's soot. So this makes him an intermediate gunshot wound.
And just for the record, you've talked about the difference between contact, close contact, intermediate, and indeterminate. Would you just define intermediate for us again?
Intermediate is, in general, about, the gun is approximately 3 inches to maybe about 3 feet away from the face when it went off.
In the course of your autopsy, were you ever able to determine an angle of entry into Mr. Rhoden's skull?
Yes.
And would you tell us about that, please?
It's essentially front to back and slightly right to left. So when the bullet entered his eye, his right eye, it went to the back of his head, just about in the middle of the back of his head, struck the bone, broke the bone, but did not exit the head. So we could find a bullet inside his head in that back part of the head, right there.
Mr. Wilson, can you pull up State's Exhibit L62, the diagram? And Doctor, I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit L62 again. Will that maybe assist you in explaining this? And where did the bullet end up again?
The bullet was just about in the midline of the back of the head.
Did it penetrate the back of the skull?
It did fracture the bone, it did strike the bone, but it did not exit the bone.
What type of damage did the bullet do when it entered Kenneth Rhoden?
You can actually see on this diagram here, this is a picture of the inside of the skull. So when the bullet entered his right eye, the portion at the top of that picture that's all white, that's where the eye plates are. So it entered through the eye and broke the eye plate on that right side, broke the bone underneath it, which is where the middle ear is on that right side. You can see it created fractures. These big black lines are the fracture lines. And here the bullet is where it struck the back of his head. And I've had the words bullet strike and then metal fragments and bullet. So this is where we found the bullet. The brain itself was also perforated by the bullet, creating lacerations of the brain tissue, as well as some bleeding.
In your training and experience, Dr. Lohman, would this type of wound be immediately fatal?
In my opinion, yes.
In your autopsy, were you able to determine if there's a way to do this, whether or not Mr. Rhoden was awake or asleep at the time this happened?
Well, one of the ways you could tell, well, the only way that I can think of right at the moment, is whether the eyes were open or closed.
And were they open or closed?
His eyes were closed because the bullet went through his eyelids.
Did you see any evidence of any other type of injuries on Mr. Rhoden's body? Anything you consider a defensive wound or anything similar?
No.
And was there any evidence that you saw that would indicate that he had moved or changed positions after he was shot?
No.
You indicated that there's a bullet and fragments that had impacted the back of Mr. Rhoden's skull. Would you describe those for us, please?
The bullets were in, there's one large piece and then a little small piece that broke off. It was bigger than the ones that we saw with Dana and her family and Clarence and Hanna May, no, just Hanna Gilley. It was bigger than those, and it was similar to the ones that we saw with Gary and Christopher.
Okay. So it's off that. Be fair to say it was a bigger type of bullet than the ones used on you, Dana, Hanna May, you, Chris Jr. and those.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, did you ever find any plastic plugs or any other pieces of bullet in there?
I believe we did find a red plastic plug.
Okay. Would that be similar to the type of bullet that was used on Chris Rhoden Sr. and Gary Rhoden?
Yes.
Did you run or have at your direction a toxicology report run on Kenneth Rhoden?
Yes.
And what were the results of it?
Caffeine was present. There was also a presumptive positive for amphetamine, but I'd mentioned that before, that in the way we screen the blood, sometimes it falsely becomes positive for amphetamine or a benzodiazepine just because of how the blood is decomposed. So when we looked to see what kind of amphetamine was there, there wasn't anything there. That tells us that it was contaminant. So he only had cocaine in his, caffeine in his system.
Okay. Obviously, Mr. Rhoden didn't have any cocaine in his system.
No, that was misspeak. Sorry.
Did you have any x-rays taken of Mr. Rhoden at your direction?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, if you would you mind pulling up State's Exhibit L59 for me, please? What are we looking at here, Dr. Lohman?
This is a picture of Kenneth's head looking front to back. You can see the metal piece of the bullet underneath his right eye.
And if we could have State's Exhibit L60, please. And what would this view be, ma'am?
This is not quite a side view. You can see his face is turned a little bit toward the front, but the bullet you can see is at the back of the head.
And State's Exhibit L61. And what are we looking at here, Dr. Lohman?
This is a picture of Kenneth's head, not complete, and we have a picture of the neck as well. Just showing that there's no trauma to the neck, no bullet pieces went down the neck or into the top of the torso. You can still see the bullet at this angle. It looks like it's in the area of the mouth, but that's just the angle of the way the head was when the picture was taken.
Ian, based on your training and experience, your performance on this autopsy, do you have an opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of Kenneth Rhoden?
Yes,
And what would that be, Dr. Rhoden?
it was a single gunshot wound to the head.
I'd like to have you take a look at some exhibits here, if I can. Maybe what's marked as State's Exhibit L63. Just tell us what those are. Have Mr. Wilson.
These are the paper bags that were on his hands when he came to us.
Mr. Wilson, if you would you pull up Exhibit L18? Take a look at State's Exhibit L18, Dr. Lohman. Are those the coverings that were on Mr. Rhoden's hands when he broke it?
Yes.
And if you know, who put those on?
Sorry?
If you know, who would have put those on?
The crime scene people that were handling his body and putting it in the body bag.
And why would an investigator, a crime scene unit, normally put bags on a deceased person's hands?
To protect any sort of evidence that's on the hands.
And is this area a type of mark or anything from the Hamilton County Coroner's Office for the record?
Yes, the label on the back is from our office.
Second here. My eyes are not with these. Looking at what's marked as State's Exhibit L64. And tell us what that is, if you would, Doctor.
This is Kenneth's head hair that we collected.
And what's the purpose of taking a head hair from a deceased?
We do it on all homicides because in the beginning when the body comes to us, we don't know, well, in general, we knew in this case what the story was, but sometimes we don't know what the story is. So we do it on everybody in case there's a question about hair at the crime scene, and we'd have a sample of the person who died, and we can compare with his sample to anything that was found at the scene. If they were concerned that somebody else's head hair was there, we have something to compare it to.
Next, I'm going to hand you several exhibits at once. There'll be State's Exhibit L66. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit L65, State's Exhibit L66, and State's Exhibit L67. Let me hand these to you, ma'am, and tell us what those are, please.
L67 is the nail clippers that were used to clip his nails. L66 is the right fingernails, and L65 is the left fingernails.
You talked about this on the other autopsies, but what would be the purpose of clipping an individual's nails?
In case this individual fought with somebody else and maybe a suspect, you can actually cut the nails and send them to our DNA lab, and they can swab them and try to get the DNA from somebody.
And do you use a separate set of nail clippers for each individual?
Oh, yes.
And what's the purpose of that, just for the record?
Well, the nail clippers get dirty after you use it on one person, so that's why we wrap it up and put it with this particular individual, so that we never use those clippers again.
You don't want any cross-contamination or anything like that?
That's correct.
I'm going to hand you what is marked as State's Exhibit L68.
Have you take a look at that. Yes, please.
This is our bullet box with the bullet and pieces of bullet that we removed from Kenneth's head.
Hey, Mr. Wilson, if you would you pull up L60 really quick? L60, sir.
Just want to turn your attention back to the X-ray. Is that the same bullet that you testified a little bit? The same bullet depicted on that X-ray as Stacey Exhibit L60?
I believe so, yes.
You had those X-rays done at your direction.
Yes.
And when you, not to sound too morbid, but when you remove a bullet from a deceased, what do you do with it at that point?
We clean it off because it may have blood and tissue on it, and then we immediately take photographs of it and put it in that box, a box like it.
And do you know what was done with the bullet after you removed it and logged it in?
I believe it was considered evidence for the case, and BCI took it with them to do their testing on it.
Really quickly, I want to have you take a look at Stacey Exhibit L51. Can you pull that up, Mr. Wilson? Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
And tell us what it is, please.
This is a bullet that was recovered from the back of his head.
And would that be the same bullet in the bullet box you just testified to?
Yes.
Handy was marked as Stacey Exhibit L69. Just tell us what that is.
These are Kenneth's fingerprints.
And you've talked about this before, but what's the purpose of taking fingerprints of a deceased?
Two reasons. If we don't know who this individual is, we take the fingerprints so that we can identify him by fingerprints. The other reason is if a crime scene investigator uses fingerprint powder and finds fingerprints at the scene, you can then rule out the individual who passed away because you have a copy of their fingerprints that you can compare to the ones that were found.
Handy was marked as Stacey Exhibit L71. If you would tell us what that is, Doctor.
This is facial hair or beard hair from Kenneth.
What's the purpose of taking facial hair but you've already taken head hair?
Trace evidence people say that the facial hair is different than the head hair. So we took samples of both. So if somebody has mustache, we take some of the mustache and the beard and the top of the head.
So that'd be a standard procedure at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Lastly, a handy was marked as Stacey Exhibit L70.
So this is the DNA card that we collect.
Do you collect a DNA card on every single deceased person that comes through?
We do, yes.
And what is the purpose of that, Doctor?
We have a sample of this individual that is not contaminated, and if in the future somebody needs to get a sample of this individual's blood for whatever reason, we have it on file.
And if you know, was this sent on to any other agencies?
I believe BCI took that with the bullets and other evidence.
Just 1 second, Doctor. No further questions, Doctor. Hey, just one. You have obviously testified that your opinion is the cause of death of Kenneth Rhoden was a gunshot wound to the eye with a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Were your prior opinions on the other 7 victims given with a reasonable degree of medical certainty as well?
Yes.
No further questions.
The defense may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Fine.
Good. I'm going to ask you to help me put the final entry into my chart that we've done on the other victims.
Okay.
And just a few other questions. Do you have a copy of the report in front of you?
Yes.
What was the exhibit number on the report?
He took it back, so I don't know if I remember the exhibit number. For the,
The accident report should be laying right down.
Is it in here?
Yeah,
It should be just
yeah, actually,
Okay.
the autopsy report itself is L
Yeah, that's
in the exhibits.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked, the State's Exhibit. Oh, I believe that's what you identified earlier, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
That's your report, right?
yes.
So just hang on to that in case
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
And then also L62, I think, is your diagram.
Yes.
Just in case I have a question.
Okay.
All right, the chart has arrived. Just a couple questions about the chart. So, with respect to Kenneth Rhoden, you just testified that his wound is intermediate, correct?
Yes.
And you previously helped us out here, and I wrote this up here, make sure it's correct, that intermediate is 3 inches to 3 feet.
Yep. Approximately. Yes.
Approximately. There can be variables, but that's,
Yes.
that's a good way to look at it.
Yes.
That's the way you looked at it. Okay. So with Ken, I'm going to add him to our list here because you indicated it was intermediate, right?
Yes.
And he only had one gunshot wound, right?
Yes.
So on your diagram, there are no numberings because there was only one.
Right.
So I'll just put Ken Rhoden, KRGSW, without a number because you did not use it.
Okay.
But he also had stippling to his eye and face, as you just described, right?
Yes.
And that indicates that the weapon was closer than further away.
Yes.
And this 3 inches to 3 feet, that's a continuum, correct? I mean, you can't be precise.
I can't, just looking at the wound, that's correct.
Right, but the closer the end of the weapon was to the face in this case, the more likely there would be stippling. Is that fair to say?
The closer to the face, there would be stippling and soot. However, it'd probably be more concentrated and closer around the gun, the bullet hole. The farther away the gun is, the more spread out the stippling is, and eventually the soot disappears, so you don't see the soot anymore.
Okay, and just to be clear, you did not see soot with respect to Ken Rhoden, is that right?
That's what the black is on his eyelid.
So you did see soot?
Yes.
And you saw stippling?
Yes.
So that would indicate that the weapon was closer to that range you have given versus the 3 feet?
Yes.
in.
Yes.
So it was closer than perhaps 3 feet?
Yes.
Or 2.5 feet?
Yes.
It's towards the front of that range?
Yes.
That's all I'm asking. And I believe in your report, and you touched on this, he had extensive skull fractures. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And I believe that's in your diagram,
Yes.
which is L62
62, yes.
on the second
That's it.
page?
Yes.
If we could pull that up. You have diagrams of the skull there, correct?
Yes.
So page 2, this is page 1 we're looking at, right?
Yep, that is the wound itself.
All right, and page 2, stop it right there. That top diagram, those dark black lines indicate skull fractures?
Yes.
And it looks like his was pretty extensive,
Yes.
all right? Because he had the shot through the right eye, as you indicated.
Yes.
And the bullet ended up at the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And it obviously is a front to back injury.
Yes.
Did the bullet go down very slightly?
I did not comment on that because I didn't necessarily measure how far that bullet is to the top of his head because his skull was fractured.
Right.
So that would have been an estimate, and then I'd rather not use an estimate in determining front to back or downward. It's possible.
All right. And the fractures of the skull, that means there are bones there in the skull that
Yes.
are fractured.
Yes.
When a bullet passes through bones, that can alter its course slightly?
I think it travels so fast it doesn't necessarily alter the course.
Okay. But that was the damage done by the
That was the ultimate damage by the bullet.
Okay. So, getting back to my series of charts, we've completed this with respect to each victim. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
I'd like to mark these if I could and just kind of summarize. I want to summarize, if I can, what you've told us. I tried to place it in this chart just as another way of looking at the information you've provided. Can you see this? Or
No, but I think it's more important for the jury to see it than
okay, if I
me.
say anything wrong, I'm sure you'll correct me.
Okay.
Right? I want you to anyway. So with respect to contact wounds, you've discussed that previously. That would be approximately 0 inches.
Yes,
And then we only had one of those out of all the wounds you looked at. Is that right?
yes,
And that was Gary, gunshot wound number 2. Is that
Yes.
right? So I'm going to mark this page, Wagner Exhibit A1, up here at the top. Going on to the next category, loose contact. I believe you told us this is 1 millimeter to 1 inch. Is that right?
yes,
And the various gunshot wounds that fit this category, I believe you told us was Chris Sr., correct?
yes,
And Chris Sr. only.
yes,
And it was gunshot wounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Is that right?
yes,
All right, I'm going to mark this Wagner Exhibit A2 if I could at the top. We're going to the next category, intermediate. That's the 3 inches approximately to 3 feet
Yes.
approximately, correct? And the various wounds that you looked at on all these autopsies, it was Chris Sr. gunshot wound number 1 and number 3 that met, I'm sorry, Chris Sr. gunshot wound number 1 only with respect to this category.
yes,
All right. And with Gary, it was gunshot wound number 3 to this category, correct?
yes,
All right. And with Hanna Hazel Gilley, it was gunshot wound number 1. Is that correct?
yes,
All right. And with respect to Dana Rhoden, it was gunshot wounds 1 and 5, correct?
yes,
And with Ken Rhoden, it was the single gunshot wound.
yes,
All right. So I'm going to mark this Wagner Exhibit A3 if I could. And finally, the indeterminate distance that you educated us on, that's approximately 3 feet and further, correct?
yes,
And with Chris Sr., that was gunshot wound number 8 and 9, is that right?
yes,
All right. And with Gary, that's gunshot wound number 1, correct?
yes, yes,
All right. And with Hanna Hazel Gilley, that's gunshot wound 2, 3, 4, and 5.
yes,
And with Frankie, that's gunshot wounds number 1, 2, and 3, correct?
yes,
With Dana, that's gunshot wounds 2, 3, and 4, correct?
yes,
With Hanna Rhoden, that's gunshot wounds 1 and 2, correct?
yes,
And with respect to Chris Jr.,
yes,
JR I have, Chris Jr., that's gunshot wounds 1, 2, 3, and 4, is that correct?
yes.
I'm going to mark this as Wagner Exhibit A4, if I could. Thank you very much for your help. If I could have just a moment. Return to Hanna Rhoden since the prosecution did. I'm not going to repeat those photographs. You can bring this down now. With respect to Hanna Rhoden, they showed you photos of her laying in the bed, correct?
Yes,
And her head was apparently pressed against a metal bar, like at the headboard area?
yes, yes.
All right. You don't know whether that was the position she was in at the time she was shot, do you?
No, I don't.
You do not know whether she was repositioned by somebody into that particular position, do you?
That's correct, I don't know that.
Someone could have rearranged her into that position.
Yes.
Doctor, I want to thank you for all your work in this case. I know it's a very difficult case, under a lot of time constraints and pressure. Thank you so much for your expertise.
You're welcome.
I have no other questions, John.
Does the state wish to redirect?
No, Your Honor, we have no redirect, and Dr. Lohman is excused.
You may step down. Thank you. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Your Honor, we are prepared to call our next witness, and will be Matt White from BCI. However, it's going to take just a couple minutes to get some exhibits set up, so we'll bring him in. But it's probably not enough to take a break at this point, but we'll take a few minutes, get everything set up, and then get going on him. And at some point, he'll be a long enough witness that we'll need to take a break during this testimony.
All right, that's fine. White, if you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer unto God?
Yes, I do.
Seated right there.
All right. In a nice loud voice, can you give everyone your name, please?
My name is Matthew White.
Mr. White, where do you work?
I work at the Bureau of Criminal Investigation, also known as BCI, in London, Ohio.
And what do you do for BCI in London, Ohio?
My duties involve as a firearm and tool mark examiners.
Okay. And if you could, walk the jury through what does that mean? When you come to work, when Matt White comes to work in London, Ohio at BCI, what does he do every day?
My primary duties involve the examination of firearms to determine their operability, as well as looking at fired ammunition components, be it a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet. I can perform microscopic examinations to determine if they've been fired in or from a particular firearm, and if not, I can generate a potential list of firearms that could have been fired from.
Now let's talk a little bit about the education and training that you've had to go through to be able to do your job on a day-to-day basis. Did you go to college?
Yes, sir, I did.
Where'd you go to college and what was your degree?
I went to Marshall University. I have a degree in biological sciences with a minor in chemistry and history. It's a bachelor's degree. As far as the specialized training that I received, I was employed at the West Virginia State Police Forensic Laboratory. I completed a 2-year training program under the section Senior Examiners. Part of that incorporated a year with the ATF, known as the National Firearm Examiner Academy, where I received additional specialized training in the field of firearm and tool mark identification, taught by various instructors, qualified firearm and tool mark examiners throughout the country. I visited and reviewed approximately 18 different firearm and ammunition manufacturers, seeing firsthand how firearms, ammunition are produced, assembled, and I am a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
Okay. So that was a lot. So let's back that up a little bit. So how about this? What year did you graduate college?
I graduated in 2000.
Okay. And when you graduated college, your degree was in biology. How did you decide to go into this field? How did you decide to get into firearms examination?
It was a little bit of luck. As a senior, I had to have an internship, and I got one at the West Virginia State Police Forensic Laboratory as an intern in the field of firearm and tool mark identification. At that time, I didn't even know such a thing existed. I planned to go to medical school, and once I was at the laboratory, I was an intern. I really enjoyed it. I liked what I did, and was fortunate enough at the point that I did graduate, a position came available that I was hired for.
Okay. So you gave up medical school, and did you go straight to work after you graduated?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then you come into that lab. Had they given you a little bit of training as an intern on how to do some of this stuff, or was there a process that you had to go through before you were allowed to actually start doing that job for them?
I received some training as an intern, a general operation of the lab and procedures, but the official training didn't take place until I was hired officially as a firearm examiner on a full-time basis.
And was that lab similar to Ohio's BCI lab, where you had a bunch of different sections, or was that just a firearms-specific type lab?
No, the West Virginia State Police Forensic Lab is a full-service lab that offers examination of evidentiary materials, various sections, very similar to the way Ohio's lab is.
And was your first assignment in the firearms examination section?
Yes, sir, it was.
Run us through the training that you had to go through before they would let you actually start working your own cases over there in West Virginia.
The firearms section has a 2-year training program. It's a fairly long, extensive program. Involves countless hours of examining firsthand fired ammunition components, bullets, cartridge cases, performing microscopic examination of those fired components, being able to render a conclusion. I've also got to examine a multitude of firearms, disassembling them, examining, seeing how they function. And as part of that process, I was sent to the ATF school.
Okay. Did you successfully complete all of that training to a point where they turned you loose and you were able to work your own cases over there in West Virginia?
Yes, following the completion of all that training, I had to complete proficiency tests, competency tests in the fields, and at that point I was signed off to be able to work casework.
And what kind of casework would you do over in West Virginia, day to day? You'd go in, and what kind of stuff did they ask you to do?
Very similar to what I do now, the examination of the fired bullets, cartridge cases, examining firearms, serial number restoration. Also did shooting scene reconstruction and firearm prediction as well.
How long did you work over there in West Virginia?
Approximately 7 years.
At some point, well, when you were in West Virginia, would part of your job be in West Virginia to actually have to go to court and testify in cases that you worked over in West Virginia?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did you do that for West Virginia and West Virginia State Police?
Yes, I did.
And were you recognized over in West Virginia as an expert in the area of firearms examination and tool marking?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now, at some point, you left West Virginia. Where did you go from there?
I went to the Hamilton County Coroner's Office.
And tell us about that. What took you to Hamilton County? What did you do at the coroner's office, and how was the coroner's office over there set up to allow you to do your job?
The Hamilton County Coroner's Office also offers a forensic laboratory, the same section that I did in West Virginia. It was in firearm identification. I performed the same functions, examining fired components, cartridge cases, bullets, comparing them to firearms, and giving testimony about those cases.
At some point after Hamilton County, did you end up getting a job at Ohio BCI?
Yes, I did.
And what year was that?
It was 2007.
And walk us through the application process, what sparked your interest in getting over to BCI, and how did you eventually get hired with Ohio BCI?
Originally, whenever I moved from West Virginia to Cincinnati area, I'm not much of a city person, and I like more of country, and Cincinnati was a little bit too big for me. So I found out that BCI had a forensic laboratory, and it's a lot more country surrounding it. So I liked it a lot better, and was able to get hired on at that laboratory as well.
Okay. And was there a training component to coming on to BCI, or had you had so much experience at that point that they just kind of grandfathered you in? Walk us through what you had to do to get with BCI.
No, with switching laboratories, you have to fulfill that laboratory's requirements. That would include multiple competency tests, proficiency tests, and the various disciplines or subdisciplines of firearm identification to ensure that my training was adequate and my knowledge was adequate to perform those duties.
Were you able to successfully complete all of that training and initial certification?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you got to BCI, eventually, again, did they let you start working your own cases and doing your own examinations for BCI?
Yes, at the point that I had been signed off, successfully completing the competency test, proficiency test, I was able to start working cases.
And from time to time there at BCI, do you have to go through continuing professional training with respect to your area of expertise?
Yes, continued training is encouraged. A lot of times it's subject to budget, and we are encouraged to attend training programs as often as we can.
And tell the jury, since you've been at BCI, what are some of the training programs relevant to your field of expertise that you've attended?
I've attended multiple. As I mentioned, I'm a member of a professional organization, the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners, and they will tend to host yearly a week-long training program, which examiners get together, present papers, and research. I've been able to attend multiple of those professional organizations, those meetings, as well as a few other classes.
Have you, here in Ohio, been called into court to testify as an expert in firearms examination and comparisons that you've done?
Yes, I have.
And when you've been called in and testified as an expert in Ohio, have you been allowed to render your opinion with respect to the work that you've done or comparisons you've made in firearms examination cases?
Yes, I have.
And have you done that just in your labs in London? Have you done it in London, or have you done it in other parts of the state?
BCI Laboratory, I'm centered in the laboratory in London. We also have laboratories in Bowling Green and Ridgefield. Cases can get moved around depending on the backlog. I've had the opportunity to testify all over the state during my time with BCI.
And have you been, again, when you've testified all over the state, have you been recognized as an expert in firearms examination in various courts throughout Ohio?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to have this witness qualified as an expert in the area of firearms and tool market identification.
Any objections to that?
No objection, we'll stipulate
Court will
to the
permit that.
If you could, let's talk about, let's take the jury through the basics of ballistics, all right? I want to take a few minutes and I want to have you help educate the jury on how ballistics work. First of all, did you bring several items that you could use as demonstrative exhibits or demonstrative pieces of evidence that you could show the jury that will help you explain how a bullet works or how a firearm works or what happens to a bullet as it leaves a firearm? Did you bring some of this?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to start with a .40 caliber bullet. Now I'm calling it bullet. We've heard it referred to as cartridge, or what do you call it? A live piece of ammunition.
It is typically referred to as cartridge or ammunition. A cartridge is comprised of multiple items that we'll get into, but it's typically referred to as ammunition or a cartridge.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit U1 and U2. Did you need to see these? Mr. Parker, do you need
Yes,
to see
that's right.
All right. In preparation for testimony in this case, again, did you prepare exhibits to help explain how a bullet works?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Mr. John, could you give me State's Exhibit U1, please? All right. If you could tell the jury, State's Exhibit U1, I projected it up on the screen. Is that the same image that you have there with your document, State's Exhibit U1?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Walk the jury through what they're looking at in that exhibit and the different component parts of that type of ammunition.
The ammunition as a whole is comprised of multiple items. It's comprised of a primer, the cartridge case, which houses the gunpowder inside of it, and a bullet in the end of it. This particular type of ammunition...
Right, look.
Oh, I'm sorry. This particular type of cartridge is a center fire, meaning that the primer is in the center of the cartridge case, and then the cartridge case itself, the gunpowder, and the bullet that is seated inside of the cartridge. And then this is the completed cartridge assembled, ready to fire.
Okay. And with respect to that specific ammunition, did you pick a specific brand to show us for the purposes of this trial?
Yes, this is a Hornady brand 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
And can you explain the projectile and the tip of that projectile and what the jury's looking at there?
This particular bullet is considered a jacketed hollow point. You'll see knurling on the end of it, and there's a red polymer tip on it, and that is meant for the bullet to be able to expand when it hits something, to mushroom or to expend more energy once it hits a target.
And when you say a jacketed hollow point, what does it mean to be jacketed?
The bullet itself is comprised usually of two different materials. You'll see this outer material is a copper color. It's a copper, and the interior of the bullet is typically comprised of lead.
Okay. And with respect to the polymer piece, what is the purpose of that polymer piece, or how does it function with respect to the component parts of that projectile?
Some manufacturers on a jacketed hollow point, there's a physical cavity at the end of it. On the other one, there's still a physical cavity there, but Hornady uses a polymer tip, or it's a plug that goes into that cavity. It keeps the cavity from becoming filled up with various material so that you would still get reliable expansion.
And based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, when those projectiles hit something, it could be flesh. Let's say they hit a human. From time to time, in addition to expanding, do pieces of that copper jacket break off or fragment off?
Certainly, the knurling that you'll see at the tip is meant to help aid in the expansion. So as the bullet expands, oftentimes these, refer to them as petals, can chip off. The jacket itself can be stripped away from the interior lead core as well, or the bullet can just fragment into multiple pieces.
And let's be direct here. What is the purpose of designing a bullet so that it expands upon contact?
A jacketed hollow point style bullet is meant for expansion. So it is meant when shooting a target, it is meant to expand, therefore shifting the majority of the kinetic energy of the bullet onto the target. It's meant to transition the size of the bullet to make it larger, and that presents more energy onto the target when it hits it.
Okay, so let's back up a little bit. There are there 40 caliber rounds that are just target loads, or like not practice rounds, but target loads?
Yes.
Okay.
In this particular case, where it's a jacketed hollow point, another common bullet type is called a full metal jacket, meaning instead of a opening at the end of it, it is completely solid. So that particular style bullet, when it hits something, there's no expansion at all. It remains in that same cylindrical style shape even after contact. I mean, it still can be damaged, but it's not meant to expand as a jacketed hollow point bullet is meant to expand.
Okay. And the purpose behind expansion, is that to cause maximum damage to what that projectile hits?
Yes, in general, it's meant to expend more energy into what it comes into contact with.
Can you give me Stacey Exhibit U2, please? Stacey Exhibit U2, is that the same image that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury, what are they looking at there with respect to Stacey Exhibit U2?
On the cartridge case, if you turn the cartridge case up and look at this end piece, this is the head stamp area. The center portion is the primer, and this outer portion is the cartridge case, just looking at the end of it.
Now, that stamping on there with Hornady and 40 S&W, what does that mean?
Hornady is the manufacturer. 40 Smith & Wesson is the specific caliber of the cartridge, or the specific cartridge itself.
And the fact that it says S&W, or Smith & Wesson, does that mean that that bullet can only be fired out of a Smith & Wesson brand gun?
No, Smith & Wesson just refers to the specific nomenclature that they developed that cartridge, and they have their name on it. That particular cartridge can fire in any firearm designed to fire a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
With respect to Stacey Exhibit U2, can you tell us, again, those component parts, the primer and the head stamp there, how does that bullet actually, or what's the physiology of making that bullet go, or making that bullet fire once that primer's hit? Or where's that primer struck, or how's that initiate the firing of that ammunition?
Through the various processes of the firearm, a firing pin will typically come into contact with the primer. The primer contains ignitable material that will shoot fire into the cartridge case, into where the gunpowder's at, causing the gunpowder to rapidly burn. All of the expanding gases creates a tremendous amount of pressure, and that pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm during the firing process.
You said, is that a center fire round?
Yes, there's typically two main types. There are rim fire cartridges and center fire cartridges. As the name implies, this is a center fire cartridge in which the primer is in the center of the head stamp or in the center of the cartridge.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Stacey Exhibits U3 and U4. Stacey Exhibits U3 and U4, again, are those items that you prepared to help the jury understand the nature of some of this ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Can you give me U3, please? Stacey Exhibit U3, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
This is a .22 long rifle cartridge, and this particular cartridge is a rim fire versus center fire. I've disassembled it into the cartridge case, the gunpowder, and the bullet. And unlike the center fire that has a primer in the middle of it, this has the priming mixture inside this rim of the cartridge case itself.
And that says 22 LR cartridge. Can you tell the jury what's that LR stand for?
LR means long rifle. Just like a 40 Smith & Wesson is a specific name for a cartridge, 22 long rifle is just a specific name for a cartridge itself.
The fact that that cartridge has the name long rifle, does that mean that it has to be or can only be fired out of a rifle?
No, certainly not. A 22 long rifle cartridge is generic. It can be fired in a pistol, a revolver, a rifle, any firearm that's designed to actually fire that specific cartridge. Again, the long rifle just refers to the specific name of the cartridge, but it can be fired in any firearm designed to fire that.
With respect to the projectile of that exhibit there, walk us through the anatomy of that projectile, the different parts of that projectile.
Unlike the previous example that has a copper jacket with a lead core, most 22 long rifle cartridges have lead bullets. But you'll notice how that lead has a brass sheen to it. The manufacturer in this specific example, Remington, it's called a brass wash. They add to the bullet to help give it some lubricity and to help keep fouling out of the barrel. But you'll see this kind of a brass color to the bullet itself. But the bullet is a lead bullet. It's not, doesn't have a copper jacket, it's solely lead.
And you said they add that brass to give it some what?
Lubricity to basically prevent fouling in the firearm itself. Lead tends to foul or make the barrel dirty over time shooting, and that helps to cut the lead down, or the lead fouling down inside the barrel.
And Mr. Junk, can you give me the next one, which is U4? And again, with respect to the head stamp on this, walk us through, you talked about a little bit the fact, is this a rimfire type cartridge?
Yes, this is a rimfire. As opposed to our previous one, you'll notice there is no primer in the middle. The priming mixture is on the outside rim of this cartridge. So, unlike the previous one, when the firing pin would contact the center of the primer to fire it, a rimfire cartridge, the firing pin will contact the edge of the cartridge case, leaving an indentation, smashing that rim, and that's what ignites the primer mixture, which ignites the gunpowder, thereby firing the cartridge.
Were you also asked to prepare a document that would help you explain the anatomy of a 30 cal or a 7.62 type round?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes. It states exhibits U6 and U7. And if you want to hand me those back, I can put those out of your way. And Mr. Junk, can you give me U6, please? Yes, sir. States exhibit U6 that I have up on the screen now. Can you tell the jury what is depicted in States exhibit U6?
U6 depicts a cartridge. The specific cartridge is 7.62 by 39 millimeter. This particular item has a cutaway of the cartridge showing the bullet, the gunpowder. The outside is the cartridge case, and then the primer in the center. This would be a center fire cartridge.
Can you walk us through the anatomy of the projectile that's attached to that cartridge?
In this particular example, this cartridge has a copper-plated steel jacket. It has lead as well as a steel core. Bullet composition can vary quite a bit. You can have just copper and jacket, or you could have other materials making up the bullet itself.
And is a 7.62 by 39 millimeter round, is that considered to be a high-powered type round?
It's typically associated with rifles, yes.
Okay. And can you give me the next exhibit, which I believe is U7? Again, were you asked to prepare a breakdown of specific type of ammo in this case to help educate the jury?
Yes, this is a 7.62 by 39 cartridge that I disassembled instead of the cutaway that you saw previously. You'll see the cartridge case itself, the gunpowder, and the bullet that comprises it.
did you bring with you today some visual aids that will help you to explain how a bullet works or how a projectile works, how it's fired, and what happens as it moves down the barrel of a rifle?
Yes. Also, just a quick mention to add, this particular bullet, unlike the previous bullet, you'll see it has lead on the end of it, as opposed to a full metal jacket that I mentioned that was encapsulated, not meant to expand, and a hollow point has a hollow cavity on the end that is meant to expand. This is referred to as a soft point style bullet. So that particular type of bullet is also meant to expand because it has a softer lead material at the nose of it. This bullet also, you'll see the back of it tapers inward. That's referred to as a boat tail design. So that cartridge, it just improves the aerodynamics of that particular cartridge, or that bullet.
And again, were you asked to prepare this document with respect to a specific brand of ammunition to help explain the jury?
Yes, this was a Tula, was the manufacturer, Tula ammo.
Okay. Now, again, did you bring some visual aids to help explain how a projectile works, how it actually leaves the cartridge casing in a chamber, and how it moves down the barrel, and what happens to it as it moves down?
I did.
Could you please remove those, and we're going to work our way through that. Okay, again, if you could show the jury what you have with respect to your demonstration aid for the ammunition and the different component parts and what's important with respect to their observation of that.
Similar to the previous example, you'll see the end of the cartridge case at the primary and center. So this would be a center fire cartridge comprised of the cartridge case itself, the bullet, and the gunpowder would go on inside of it. You also notice there's a small hole on the inside so that when the firing pin will contact the primer, that hole is for the fire that the primer produces. It gets shot into the area containing the gunpowder, and that's what ignites the gunpowder and will fire the bullet or push the bullet out of the cartridge case and down the barrel.
Okay. Now, inside the chamber of a firearm, talk about the forces that are impacting that ammunition or a piece of ammunition once that initial explosion happens. What's happening to the cartridge casing and what's happening to the projectile, and what forces are impacting on those items.
When we talk about the term chamber, that's the rear portion of the barrel that the cartridge actually goes into. So the cartridge will go into the rear portion of the barrel, that chamber area, so it's ready to fire. So it's encapsulated by the steel of the barrel. At the point that the firing pin will contact the primer, igniting the gunpowder. During the rapid burning of the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case, it produces a tremendous amount of pressure. The interior of the barrel helps contain that pressure. The back of the slide or bolt of the firearm is against the back of this. That pressure translates rearward into the bolt or the breech face area of the firearm. As the gunpowder burns and generates pressure, the bullet then expels out of the cartridge case into the rifling inside the barrel of the firearm. It transfers down that barrel and then is expelled from the firearm itself, or the barrel itself.
Okay. So let's, if you could, take those two pieces apart, and we're going to focus on the cartridge casing first. And you've talked about the rear, or the head stem of the cartridge casing. You said it comes up against the breech, or the...
Right. We'll refer to that as the breech face area. That's the rear portion of the firearm that is supporting the cartridge. Usually there'll be a hole in that area for the firing pin to come through to contact the primer.
And what is happening when the contact is made between that cartridge casing and that breech face? Can you walk us through some of those forces and what's going on there?
Certainly. The primer would typically be smooth, as in the previous picture of the unfired cartridge. Well, during the firing process, that firing pin, when it hits the end of the primer, it leaves an indentation. and that when it hits that indentation, that's what ignites the primer. As that pressure is generated, that rear portion of the firearm that is supporting the cartridge, it's pushed back against it under tremendous amounts of pressure. Through that firing process, that pressure is generated. Unique characteristics from the manufacturing process are then imparted onto this rear area of the cartridge case. And it's some of those characteristics that I'm going to look at when I perform my microscopic comparison later on.
Okay. Is there also an extraction or an extractor pen or something going on there to get rid of that cartridge casing so the next live round can be loaded into the breech area?
Yes, depending on the type of firearm. For example, if it is a semi-automatic pistol, for example, after it fires, there will be an extractor. An extractor cuts into this recessed area in the rim. It pulls the fired cartridge case out of the chamber until at such point that it comes into contact with an ejector. It will be a small metal rod, hits the cartridge case, and the cartridge case will then be ejected from the firearm or thrown from the firearm. Usually the firearm, the slide will move forward again, loading the next cartridge ready to be fired.
So we've talked about the cartridge casing. I want to now move towards the projectile. The projectile, walk us through, you've talked about rifling. What is the purpose of rifling? And then how does rifling work in a barrel as that projectile moves down that barrel?
This cutaway kind of demonstrates what is rifling. Rifling are raised and lowered areas that have been cut into the barrel of a firearm. And it is the purpose of it, it's caused the bullet to spin as it moves down it. So as the bullet translates down the barrel, it causes the bullet to spin, and it gives it a gyroscopic stability. Much the same way a football is thrown and it spins and it gives it stability. As the bullet travels down the barrel, it engages in the rifling, causing the bullet to spin, so once it exits the firearm, the bullet will be stable within flight. You'll notice in this cutaway, there are raised and lowered areas of the barrel. The rifling, we refer to those as lands and grooves. That's what comprises rifling. So as the bullet travels down this, it will spin the bullet, and it will also take the raised and lowered areas of the lands and grooves, and those will be imparted onto the fired bullet. And it's those characteristics that I'm going to look at microscopically later on in order to determine if they've been fired from or in a particular firearm. Okay.
I'm also going to hold now an item that's going to be used for demonstrative purposes. Can I hand this to you? First of all, this is a pistol, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And is it unloaded?
Yes, it is in an unloaded condition.
Okay. If you could, tell the jury what that is, what kind of pistol that is.
This particular pistol is a Walther Colt 1911 .22 pistol.
Okay. Your Honor, this time can I ask the witness to come down so that the jury can better see his demonstration of the different parts of this pistol?
Yeah.
If I could, now here's the thing, you're coming out from underneath that mic, so you're going to have to talk louder. Let me just stand about right here because we have jurors down on this side as well. And I'm going to ask you to walk through that pistol. First of all, you have two items in your hand there. You just put an item on the table. What is that?
This particular item is the magazine. This is what holds the cartridges. The cartridges are inserted into the top of the magazine, and it will hold multiple cartridges.
Can you show the jury, if you were to load that magazine into that firearm, how would you do that so that that firearm would be ready to pick up those cartridges and shoot them?
The magazine is inserted into the grip area. You'll hear it click, locks into place. At that point, the loaded cartridge will be at the top of the magazine, ready to be loaded. This little lever here, slide release lever, when this is dropped, the slide will move forward. As the slide moves forward, it takes the cartridge out of the top of the magazine, pushes it into the chamber. That's that rear portion of the barrel that you can see in this opening right here. At that point, the firearm is ready to fire. You have the trigger. This piece on the back is the hammer. So when pressure is applied to the trigger, it will cause the hammer to drop. When the hammer drops, it contacts the firing pin that's inside the slide. The firing pin, this is designed to shoot rimfire ammunition, the 22 rimfire that we showed you. That firing pin will crush the rim of the 22 long rifle cartridge, igniting the gunpowder, causing the bullet to travel down the barrel and be expelled. Through that firing process, the slide will then move rearward. As the slide moves rearward, it will extract that fired cartridge case, eject it, and then it will then move forward again as long as there's ammunition in the magazine ready to be fired again.
When it runs out of ammunition, what happens?
When it runs out of ammunition, the slide will lock into the rear position like so.
I want to walk the jury through a couple things that you talked about. First of all, as that projectile leaves the barrel, tell us what's going on with respect to gunpowder, gases, or anything else that are following that projectile out.
Certainly. In addition to the bullet being expelled from the barrel, this is the muzzle, the tip of the barrel, you also have partially burned gunpowder and gases that will be escaping, hot gases that will also come out as well.
You talk also about when that slide comes back, it ejects a shell casing or a cartridge casing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that comes out of this area right here at the top, correct?
Yes, we'll refer to this opening as an ejection port. So during that cycling process, you'll notice how the ejection port is onto the right side of the firearm. So as the slide would move rearward, the fired cartridge case will be ejected in the general direction to the right hand of the firearm, assuming the right of the firearm's orientation. But the general direction would be to the right.
I want to walk through just a couple things with that. First of all, with respect to the ejection of that shell, is there any standard with how far a shell casing gets ejected out of any particular firearm?
No, there's a lot of variables that can come into play. The type of ammunition, how fast the bullet travels, so how far the actual cartridge case is ejected, and the orientation of the firearm itself. I couldn't say with any specifics on where the cartridge case would be, other than generally it would be ejected to the right of the firearm itself.
Okay. And that's another point too. So if I'm holding the pistol straight up and down, that shell casing would come out to the right, is that correct?
To the right hand of the firearm.
If I can it like that, where's it going?
It would be upward.
If I can it like that, where's it going?
It would be downward.
Okay. So with respect to where a shell casing is going to go, are there a lot of different variables that affect where a shell casing may be found in respect to where a firearm is actually fired?
Certainly, besides the ammunition itself, the orientation of the firearm, how high the firearm is off the ground. So there's just an infinite number of variables that you couldn't take into account to know exactly where the cartridge cases would be.
And if you could hold that, if I were to attach, well, first of all, tell the jury what is a silencer.
A silencer is a device meant to add on to a firearm. It's essentially like a muffler. It will slow the gases down and cause the firearm to be more quiet during the firing process. Typically, it will screw onto the end of the firearm, and it helps equalize during that firing process as the bullet comes out and all that gas pressure comes out as well. This tube contains baffles. Basically, there'll be discs with holes in them, and it helps slow that gas pressure down and equalize it a little slower, which causes it to be quieter.
And again, based on your knowledge, your training, your experience, are there actual commercial brand silencers that you can buy on the market that come already, as a silencer?
Yes, you are able to buy or purchase firearm suppressors, 22 that can fit this particular firearm.
Okay. Also, are there ways to make homemade silencers using basically things that you can pick up on the internet or around the house or whatnot?
Yes, potentially anything that could cover this to suppress the gas pressure. I've seen pillows, I've seen oil filters. I've seen various bedding material that have been shot through that has diminished the sound or the report of the firearm itself. So even though it's not a actual silencer, a lawfully purchased silencer, you could make a homemade silencer as well.
And even though that's a pistol, is that pistol that you're holding in your hand capable of shooting .22 long rifle ammunition?
Yes, this firearm is specifically made to shoot .22 long rifle ammunition. So that is the specific cartridge this pistol is designed to fire.
Is there anything, as you look at this, is there anything unique about the muzzle on this particular pistol?
Could you be more specific?
The end of this barrel right here.
Oh, yes. You'll see that the barrel can unscrew this tip, exposing threads, and that allows you to add an adapter, which would allow you to thread on a suppressor. A lot of times you will see barrels that are threaded. When the firearm is ready, the threads will extend outward. This particular firearm, you'll see that the muzzle is flush with it, so it has to have an adapter to fit onto it to allow that.
Were you also asked, as part of your work in this case, to bring with you to court today an SKS rifle for demonstration purposes?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
I did.
I'm going to hand you another rifle. Again, is it unloaded?
Yes, it is unloaded and in the safe.
Okay. I'm going to hand this to you, and can you tell the jury what they're looking at with respect to that item?
This particular rifle is an SKS rifle. This particular rifle is designed to fire 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
And where did you get that specific rifle that you brought to court today?
This is a BCI reference collection. As part of BCI, we have a reference collection of several hundred firearms. So if we encounter a firearm that is damaged, or we have to take a component off one of the reference guns to make a submitted firearm operable, we can. It's also used for demonstration purposes and for training. This is one of the reference collection firearms that we have.
And from time to time, do you use those reference firearms to compare with component parts of firearms that have been recovered in a case to show that a recovered firearm is a specific type of firearm?
Yes, a lot of times if we were to get a component or firearm that we might not be familiar with or not sure what it is, we can compare it against our library of firearms that we have on hand to see if we can identify it better.
Okay. And we'll testify much later about this, but at some point in your work in this case, did you actually use that firearm there to compare with some other evidence in this case?
I did.
Okay. If you could, walk the jury through the component parts of that rifle. Well, first of all, let me ask you, would that be considered a high-power rifle?
Yes, this is a centerfire rifle designed to fire 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
And walk us through the component parts, if you would.
This particular rifle has a attached magazine. This would be the bolt, the stock, the barrel. The bolt is pulled rearward. Cartridges are manually loaded into the top of this. This particular firearm, again, has a fixed magazine. There are aftermarket detachable magazines that can rotate and clip into place also. This holds 10 cartridges. There are larger capacity magazines available that can go into it as well. Similar to the pistol, at the point it is loaded, the bolt is allowed to go forward. As the bolt moves forward, it takes a cartridge out of the top of the magazine, loads it into this rear portion of the barrel. That's that chamber area. Pulling the trigger, you will hear a snap. It has a hammer mechanism inside of it, basically a spring-loaded bar that will come forward, hitting the firing pin. That firing pin will translate forward, contacting the primer, igniting the cartridge, causing the bullet to be expelled out the barrel. Through that firing process, the bolt will move rearward. As it moves rearward, it will extract, eject that fired cartridge case, and if there's another loaded cartridge in it, it'll move forward again, ready to be fired. If the magazine is empty, the bolt will lock into the open position.
Okay. You talked about aftermarket magazines. I'm handing you another item for demonstration purposes. Can you tell the jury what I've handed you and how it would go with that type of rifle?
This is a detachable box magazine that is designed for this rifle. This particular magazine will be removed, and then this magazine, once loaded, clips into place, locked forward. So this would hold, I believe, 30 cartridges. This holds 10.
Okay.
But this particular magazine is designed for this particular SKS style rifle.
And I don't know if you said this or not, you may have, but did you go through again how a round or a cartridge is ejected from that weapon?
Yes, again, similar to the previous example, it's a little difficult to see the breech face area, that again, that circular area the firing pin comes out of. It has an extractor on it, so when that bolt is moving rearward, it pulls that fired cartridge case out of the chamber, pulls rearward, hits an ejector. The ejector will throw it to the right of the firearm.
If you were to fire that weapon right there, or a weapon of that same model or brand, multiple times, would you expect to be able to find cartridge casings in the general area of where you fired that weapon?
Again, it would depend on the orientation of the firearm, the elevation of the firearm, if it's coming in contact with anything. Again, I can say that fired cartridge cases would be ejected into this right hand of the firearm itself, but I can't say exactly where those cartridge cases would be ejected to.
Okay. I'm going to let you take the stand again. There you go. Take it back. Are you sometimes in your work asked to try to figure out what kind of or what brand of firearm may have fired a shell casing or a projectile that's collected as evidence in a case?
Yes, oftentimes we don't always get the firearm submitted with the evidence, so we'll only have fired bullets or cartridge cases. Different types of firearms have different ways of producing characteristics on those fired components that can be unique from the aspect of identifying or providing a prediction list of possible firearms that could have fired that for investigative purposes.
Walk the jury through there at BCI, in your lab, how does it work? So when you are asked to take in a piece of evidence and look at a piece of evidence, how does that evidence get to you? Where is it stored? What do you do when you get that initial request? And how does that evidence get down to where you can actually start making examinations on it?
When evidence is first brought to the laboratory, it comes in an initial tape seal condition. At such point, our evidence receiving section will assign each case a unique case number and each item of evidence a unique item number. That evidence will be placed into a secure storage and a case submission will be produced. At such time that I am able to begin working a case, I will take the items of evidence, I will scan them out of the safe, the storage location, scan them into my custody, perform my examination, I'll reseal the evidence, be placed back into a secure storage until such time that it can be returned.
Is one of the things that you're asked to do there as part of your duties to compare shell casings that are found at scenes to see whether or not those shell casings were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, it is.
Can you walk the jury through how you do that? What's the scientific process you use to conduct that examination?
As we were talking about, as the firing pin comes in contact with this primer, the firing pin itself can mark the primer. It leaves an indentation on that. It can leave unique characteristics that I can potentially identify. Additionally, through the firing process, as that gas pressure is produced and this cartridge sets back against that bolt or breech face of the slide, the unique characteristics from the machining processes, sanding, finishing, all those processes make that surface unique, and it translates into the end of the fired cartridge case. And it's those characteristics that I'm going to look at microscopically in order to determine whether fired cartridge cases have been fired in the same firearm, or if I'm presented with a firearm, I'll take test fires with that firearm and then microscopically compare them directly to the firearm itself.
Okay. And so I hand you 2 shell casings that come from 2 different scenes. What do you, Matt White, do? Do you look up different microscopes? Do you have a special microscope that allows you to do that? How do you do your comparison?
Initially, when I get the evidence, I'm going to record general specifications of the evidence itself. So I'm going to look at see what the caliber is. I'm going to look at the characteristics, the breech face characteristics, the firing pin impression characteristics. I'm going to...
Going too fast.
Look to see the caliber, the characteristics.
Going a little too fast for it.
Sorry. I'm going to look at the firing pin characteristics, breech face characteristics. I'm going to mark the evidence uniquely. I'm going to look to see if there's any unique features on the cartridge case that I can later use for my comparison, either to a firearm or to the other cartridge cases, to determine if they've been fired from the same firearm.
And what does the term general class characteristics mean?
General class characteristics, there are 2 main types of characteristics I'm going to look at. There are class characteristics and there are individual characteristics. Class characteristics are measurable features that indicate a restricted group size. So what that means is, for example, a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge. All 40 Smith & Wesson cartridges, the bullet will be the same diameter, as opposed to a .22 long rifle. If I had a 40 Smith & Wesson bullet and a .22 long rifle firearm, I know immediately there's no way a 40 caliber bullet could go down a .22 caliber barrel. So the class characteristics are unique to a certain group that I'm going to look at. In respect to cartridge cases themselves, the class characteristics that I'm going to look at would be the caliber, and there are certain features of the breech face or firing pin, the shape of them, that are unique to certain firearms. The opening of the breech face area, that rear portion of the slide that the firing pin can come forward, can be different shapes. And sometimes those shapes are unique to certain manufacturers, and that can help me generate a list of possible firearms that could have fired the cartridge cases.
And then you said individual characteristics as well. You look at individual characteristics. What does that mean?
Yes, the individual characteristics are the unique characteristics that I can identify. And these are characteristics that are produced from manufacturing techniques, use, abuse, corrosion, wear. Those characteristics mark the firearm on the firearm. When translated onto the item of evidence, it's those characteristics that I'm looking for that allow me to positively identify it as having been fired from a particular firearm.
Also, in your duties there at the lab at BCI, are you asked to look at projectiles from time to time to see whether or not they were fired from a same firearm or from a specific firearm?
Yes, I'm asked to look at fired bullets as well as fired cartridge cases.
And tell the jury, how is a barrel made? What happens to a barrel of a gun when it's made that sets up these unique characteristics that you can look at?
The interior of a barrel will typically start as a piece of steel. There will then be a hole drilled through it, and then there's different rifling processes to which these raised and lowered areas can be imparted onto the interior of the barrel. And through that manufacturing processes, the continuous tool wear, imperfections of the metal, it allows the interior of the barrel, this rifling, the lands and grooves, to have unique or individual characteristics. And it's those characteristics that I'm going to look for in order to determine if they've been fired from a particular firearm. A barrel also has class characteristics. The lancing grooves that I talked about, a manufacturer will have a certain number of lancing grooves. For example, 6 lancing grooves with a right-hand twist. It's not unique to only one firearm, but a group of firearms. So even if I were to have 240 caliber firearms, one bullet, evidence bullet, would have 5 lancing grooves, and the other evidence bullet has 6 lancing grooves. Well, based off the class characteristics, I know the one that has 5 lancing grooves could not be fired from the barrel that has 6 lancing grooves. So it's these class characteristics that I'm going to look at first before I perform my microscopic comparison to look for the individual characteristics that I can identify that particular firearm.
And then from time to time, are you asked to actually check a projectile from a scene with a specific firearm? So let's say I shot this pistol right now. This pistol's later recovered. The projectile's recovered. What are you going to do to try to determine whether or not this pistol shot this projectile?
Whenever I'm submitted the firearm itself, again, I will record general specifications about the firearm. I'll then test fire the firearm into our water recovery tank. It's a large tank of water. When I shoot into it, the water captures the fired bullets, slows them down, and minimizes the deformation for those fired bullets. The end of the tank also has a net on it, and it captures the fired cartridge cases that I know was taken from that firearm. So once I have my known test fires, the known test fired cartridge cases, and my known test fired bullets, I then can perform a microscopic comparison. And when I do that, I utilize what's known as a comparison microscope. It's essentially 2 compound microscopes. I can put a test on one side and evidence on the other, and I can look at both items in the same field of view at the same magnification, and I can look for those microscopic imperfections that were imparted from the barrel or from the breech face or firing pin onto the fired components left by that firearm. I'll compare the known tests to the evidence to see if those characteristics would correspond in order to determine whether or not they had been fired from the same firearm.
Your Honor, this time I'm about to go into the specific work that he did with evidence collected in this case. I don't know, we've been going for about an hour and a half. I don't know if you want to break here and then have me pick up after a break, or I don't know exactly how you want to do it, but I'm at a little bit of a transition point for it.
All right. So it's going to be a while. He's got
a while left. Yes, sir.
All right, so let's take a break. It is 10 till 3, so we'll be in break until 5 after 3. At the end of the break, the jury is to assemble at the jury room on the first floor to be brought up by court personnel, just as usual. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning the case. Do no research as to the facts or the law from any source at all. Do not view, listen to, or read any reports or accounts of the case while you're on break, and have no contact with participants in the case, including parties, counsel, or witnesses. Does counsel for either party have anything before we break?
No. No, thank you.
All right, then we are in break until 5 after 3. Thank you. Please be seated. Is counsel for each side ready for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just that.
You may all be seated. The state may resume its direct examination of Matthew White.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. White, is this SKS that you use for demonstration purposes, is that a semi-automatic rifle?
Yes, it is.
And this Walther Colt, is this a semi-automatic pistol?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to hand you, for demonstration purposes, another pistol. If you could you step down? Your Honor, can you step down again?
Yes.
Could you step down? Tell the jury what brand and what type of pistol this is.
This is a Glock semi-automatic pistol. This is a Model 23 Gen 4 40 caliber, meaning it's a signed to fire a 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
Okay. And you said it's a semi-automatic pistol like the Walther Colt. Is that correct?
Yes. To reiterate, the term semi-automatic means that the firearm will fire for each single pull of the trigger until it is empty. So pulling the trigger, fires the cartridge, extracts, ejects the fired cartridge case, loads the next cartridge ready to be chambered, ready to be fired.
And although it's a semi-automatic pistol like the Walther Colt, are there differences between the Glock brand and that Colt pistol that you can point out to the jury?
Yes, the design of the operation of the two firearms are slightly different. With respect to the Colt pistol, it utilizes what's known as a blowback operating system, meaning the slide and barrel, the only thing that holds the slide forward is spring tension. The barrel is fixed. The barrel does not move at all. So it's only the slide reciprocating. On this particular Glock, when the slide moves forward, here's the barrel. So you'll notice as the slide moves rearward, the barrel will tip down. Here's the barrel slide, you see, tips down. The slide, barrel tips down. So this is a recoil operated system. So when the slide is forward, the barrel and the slide are locked together. Unlike the Walther pistol, it's only spring tension is holding the slide together. This is the barrel and slide are physically locked together under spring tension. So during that firing process, As the firing pin contacts the primer, and if you look, this is the rear of the slide. There's an opening in this called the aperture. That's where the firing pin comes out. Small hole. Small hole in the end of it. That's where the firing pin comes forward. This particular aperture, the hole that is that I showed you, has a rectangular shape to it. Some firearms, that hole opening is circular in shape. That's a class characteristic of Glock. That rectangular shape is translated onto the fired cartridge case during the time of firing. So the fired cartridge cases will have a rectangular shape on the primer of them from the firing process, oftentimes from Glock pistols. But at the same process, during the firing process, the trigger's pulled. You'll hear the firing pin go forward. Through that firing process, the barrel will tip down. So oftentimes when that barrel tips down, the firing pin that comes forward contacts the primer. When it tips down, it kind of shears the end of the cartridge case. So it can leave striations from where that barrel tips down. It will shear also the characteristics on the breech face that I'm looking at. The slide will move rearward, extracting, ejecting the fired cartridge case, and then the slide will then move forward again, loading the cartridge from the magazine into the chamber, ready to be fired.
Okay. The only other thing I'd ask you to point out with respect to this Glock pistol, again, that Walther, as we pulled back the slide on that Walther, it exposed a barrel where you can unscrew and attach a silencer. Do you see that same thing on the Glock?
No, this particular firearm, the barrel is not threaded to take an attachment. Most of the time on pistols like this, you would have a different type of barrel, a threaded barrel, so the threads would protrude forward at the end or the muzzle.
Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. I want to take you back to April of 2016. April 2016, at some point, were you asked to examine some evidence that had been collected as part of an investigation of an 8-person homicide in Pike County?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jury, how were you initially brought into this case or asked to assist?
My supervisors notified us that there was a larger case that was coming into the laboratory, and I just happened to be the person selected to work the case at the time.
Now, at some point, did you have the opportunity to learn or understand that these homicides had taken place or part over 4 different scenes?
Yes, that's correct.
And for the purposes of organization, did you learn that BCI had actually numbered those different scenes 1 through 4? Did you learn that?
Yes, I did.
All right. I want to talk about 4077 Union Hill Road here in Pike County, Ohio. Did you learn through your work in this case that had been annotated or identified as scene number 1?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And how did you begin receiving evidence with respect to shell casings, projectiles, anything else that had been collected in this case?
The fired components, the evidence was submitted to the laboratory in initial sealed condition, placed in secure storage until the items were scanned out by me to begin my examination.
And when they come to your lab, the crime scene unit that collects the items out of the scene, do they give those items unique identifiers or unique numbers for their purposes?
Yes, the crime scene will identify each item uniquely. The system that our laboratory uses to categorize evidence is not the same system, so when it is submitted to the laboratory and a laboratory sticker is applied to it, it has a different item number. So my item number, the BCI laboratory item number, might not be the same as the crime scene item number.
And with respect to the crime scene unit, is it your understanding that typically their item number is linked up to photo placards or identifying features that they document at the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A365? I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A518. Mr. Parker, do you need to see this at all? Right. If you could, look at State's Exhibit A518. Could you tell the jury, is that a piece of evidence that you received with respect to your work in this case?
It is. I can identify it. You'll notice the laboratory identification will have a sticker placed on it, will have a barcode, the individual lab number, item number, as well as I can identify my initials on the seals of the item.
And you may have said this, I'm not 100% sure, but is there a BCI or CSI item number on that document?
Yes, the white sticker emblem would be the crime scene label.
Okay. And does that crime scene label identify what's in that packet and the address that item was found?
It does.
Can you tell the jury?
Per the item description, fired cartridge case, Hornady 40 cal cartridge case from kitchen floor to east of kitchen table.
Okay. And again, does it have an address?
Yes, 4077 Union Hill Road.
When you received that piece of evidence, walk the jury through what you did to examine it.
When I received the piece of evidence, I recorded information about the packaging itself. I then opened the evidence to examine the item itself, where I will fill out a worksheet of the physical specifications of the item of evidence, evaluate it, and then microscopically compare it later if I need to.
Okay. And with respect to that baggie that you just pulled out of that envelope, do you recognize the markings on that baggie?
I do. It has the BCI laboratory number, case number, the item number, and my initials on the plastic bag.
And what were you, without going into comparisons yet, what were your general observations of that item?
This particular item was a Hornady brand 40 Smith & Wesson fired cartridge case.
Take that back from me. In addition to that cartridge casing that was collected from scene 1, were you also asked to examine various projectiles that were recovered from scene 1, 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Junk, can you give me a picture of State's Exhibit A149? All right, sometimes when you receive a piece of evidence or a projectile from a scene, is it in a condition or in shape that doesn't allow you to fully visualize what you need to see to do your examination?
Yes, oftentimes when you're examining a fired bullet, the fired bullet can be damaged, or it might be fragmented, or it might be just a fired bullet jacket. And based on the damage, it is impossible to perform an examination on when it's all bent up and smashed together. So in those circumstances, I will examine the item. I will then bend the item to facilitate being able to physically see the characteristics present on the piece of evidence to do my examination.
Other than allowing you to visualize the markings that you need to see, does that manipulation in any way, shape, or form change or corrupt that evidence?
No, absolutely not. It allows me to be able to see the characteristics, because otherwise those characteristics would be obscured and I wouldn't be able to perform an examination on them. So bending a piece of jacket away from that area that contains the rifling, for example, that allows me to be able to visually see that rifling so that I can perform a microscopic comparison on it.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit A499. First of all, can you look at that? Can you tell the jury what that is?
This corresponds to my item number 11.
before you pull it out, is there a crime scene item number associated with that?
Crime scene item number 14.
Okay, and I have put up for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A546. Do you see an item number on State's Exhibit A546 that corresponds with that crime scene number?
Item 14, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could, tell us that exhibit, do you recognize the item that's inside that exhibit?
Yes, this is a fired bullet jacket. Again, I can identify it by the item number, the laboratory number, and my initials.
Were you able to examine that item to determine its general class characteristics?
Yes, sir, I was.
Can you tell the jury what you found with respect to that item then?
Based on the diameter of the bullet, I was able to say it was a .30 caliber bullet. The rifling, the number of lancing grooves that were present on the fired bullet contained 4 lancing grooves with a right-hand twist. And I was also able to determine the fired bullet jacket had a boat tail design. Remember, the rear portion of the bullet was tapered downward. It was tapered down, and the jacket was magnetic.
What does that mean, magnetic?
Usually encountered, the jacket is a copper, or the lead core contains lead. It's not magnetic. The fact that this is a magnetic jacket is different from those compositions.
And with respect to CSI item number 14, that exhibit you have right there, again, that's a .30 caliber, or consistent with a .30 caliber round based on your examinations, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A266? I put up on the screen for the jury to take a look at State's Exhibit A266. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A500. State's Exhibit A500, can you take a look at State's Exhibit A500? First of all, can you tell the jury State's Exhibit A500, does it have a crime scene, a unique number assigned to it from crime scene?
Yes, it is number 15.
Okay. And again, does it have other markings that identify where that item was collected, or what basically, or how it was collected?
Yes, it provides a description and a location.
And do you recognize any of your lab markings on that item?
Yes, the red sticker is the item number, laboratory number associated with this evidence that would correspond to my item number 12.
Can you remove the item that's inside that envelope? And can you tell the jury, do you recognize that item?
Yes, this particular item is a fired bullet jacket with a lead core.
Okay. And again, did you have the opportunity to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And is that one of the items that you kind of had to stretch out a little bit to take a look at?
Yes, this particular item was damaged. The jacket was bent, covering the characteristics that I needed to see. Those were bent forward to further aid in the examination.
Can you tell the jury, were you able to form an opinion based on the class characteristics with respect to what that item was?
Yes, similar to the previous item, the class characteristics were the same. It is a .30 caliber bullet, 4 lancing grooves, right-hand twist, a bow tail design, and also a magnetic jacket.
You can go ahead and put that up. With respect to CSI number 15, again, is it your testimony or your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that is a .30 caliber projectile with the other class characteristics that you just testified to?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A299? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A510. State's Exhibit A510, can you tell the jury what CSI item number that is?
number 25.
And do you recognize markings on that envelope as well?
Yes, it has my item number is 14.
Could you do me a favor? Could you remove the item that's inside that envelope? And with respect to State's Exhibit A510, the item that's inside that envelope, do you recognize markings on that exhibit?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is another fired bullet jacket. It is 30 caliber, 4 lands and grooves, right hand twist, a bow tail design, and it is magnetic.
Okay. I'll have you put that back in. And again, I'm going to point the diagram, State's Exhibit A546. This is your testimony to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that exhibit that you have in your hand right there, that is CSI item number 25, our exhibit A510, is a 30 caliber projectile that meets the class characteristics that you just testified to.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A302? All right, I'm going to hand you another item, State's Exhibit A511. State's Exhibit A511. Can you tell the jury what is the unique crime scene item number associated with that?
It is number 26.
And do you recognize any of your markings or your lab's markings on that envelope?
Yes, the red laboratory sticker corresponds to my item number 15.
Could you go ahead and remove the item that's inside that envelope? Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that baggie?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
The laboratory number, the item number, and my initials. This corresponds to a fired bullet jacket. It is a 30 caliber fired bullet jacket, 4 lands and grooves, right hand twist, a bow tail design, and it is also magnetic.
In State's Exhibit A511 that you have in your hand there, CSI number 26, again, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, is it your opinion that that's a 30 caliber projectile that has the class characteristics that you just testified to?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Junk, can you give me... Actually, hold off, I don't have a picture of this one. All right. So right, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. It State's Exhibit A525. Can you tell the jury what CSI identifier or item number that is?
Number 40.
Okay. And do you recognize, does that exhibit have your lab's marking on it?
It does. My item number 19.
Can you remove the item from inside that envelope? Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that packet?
Yes, it has the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
Did you have the opportunity to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I was able to conclude this was a fired bullet jacket, 30 caliber, 4 lands and grooves, right hand twist, a bow tail design, and it also had a magnetic jacket.
Again, crime scene number 40, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that projectile is a 30 caliber that has the class characteristics that you just testified to?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit A527. And Mr. Junk, can you give me State's Exhibit A404? disregard that. All right. Stacey Exhibit A527, does that have a BCI, a unique CSI item number on it?
Yes, the CSI number 42. The laboratory number is item number 20.
Okay. And can you open that up? Do you recognize the markings on the packaging?
Yes, it contains the laboratory number, the item number, my initials.
All right. Did you have the opportunity to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And can you tell the jury what that was?
This particular item is a fire bullet jacket. It is a .30 caliber, 4 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, a bow tail design, and is also magnetic.
And with respect to that item, again, is that CSI item number 42?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to whether or not that's a .30 caliber projectile that has the class characteristics that you just testified to?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you initially examined these projectiles, did you at that time conclusively determine that they were 7.62 by 39 millimeter projectiles?
I did not.
Okay. And walk us through, how do you do that? Is weight or is weighing those bullets something you do as part of your examination?
Yes, I record the physical features of the fire bullets or fire bullet jackets. I take into account the diameter. I measure the diameter. I weigh the bullets. I look at the construction of them. I look at the number of lands and grooves, the rifling, and depending on what those are, oftentimes I can gauge or give a prediction of what firearm may have fired those or what the specific cartridge was that fired that.
Okay. And with respect to, well, first of all, 7.62 by 39, again, is that consistent with .30 caliber?
Yes, 7.62 is a .30 caliber cartridge. That bullet is .30 caliber, and it measures approximately .308 diameter.
And most 7.62 by 39 ammo, how much does that weigh as far as grains?
The most common 7.62 by 39 ammunition that I encounter weighs 121 to 122 grains.
When you measured these projectiles that came from scene number 1, 4077 Union Hill Road, what did you find with respect to the weight or the grains of these projectiles?
The projectiles that were submitted, even though they were damaged, oftentimes when a bullet is damaged, it will lose weight. These bullets were damaged, however, they weighed slightly more than 122 grains, even in a damaged condition, meaning the original bullet would have weighed more.
Okay. Is that why initially you were hesitant or you refused to classify these as 7.62 by 39, even though they were .30 caliber rounds?
Yes, given the information I had, I didn't feel I had enough indication or information to conclusively given a specific cartridge that was fired from.
Later in the investigation, were you asked to examine a specific brand of ammo that's 7.62 by 39?
Yes, I was.
No markers.
Mr. White, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit U17. State's Exhibit U17, can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a Tool Ammo is the manufacturer. It is a 7.62 by 39 cartridge, and it is loaded with a 154 grain soft point bullet.
Could you open that and pull out one of those projectiles? So even though that's a 7.62, the grain is what?
154 grains.
Now, looking at that 154 grain and comparing it to the weight of the grains of the projectiles that were found in scene 1, again, are those projectiles in scene 1 now consistent with that type of 7.62 by 39 millimeter round?
Yes, they are. This particular bullet has a soft point design. It also has a boat tail design, has a magnetic jacket, and based on the fact that it's 154 grain and there was some damage to the evidence bullets that still weighed more than a traditional 121, 122 grain, it would be consistent with ammunition of this particular make and weight.
That ammo that you have in your hand right there and the projectiles that you found at scene 1, could those be fired from an SKS rifle similar to the one that you brought in for demonstration purposes?
Yes, that rifle is designed to fire 7.62 by 39. Additionally, the fact that there were 4 Lansing grooves with a right-hand twist and the fact that it was a magnetic jacket, in my experience, the only cartridge that I've seen that has those characteristics, 4 Lansing grooves, right-hand twist, magnetic, are 7.62 by 39 cartridges of the most common cartridges that I'm submitted in casework.
Thank you. Put that back. Were you also asked, as part of your work in this case, to examine a projectile that had been removed from underneath the trailer at 4077 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit N as in November 46. Mr. Junk, can you give me picture N13, which is ATF 2929? Can you tell the jury, I've handed you State's Exhibit N46, can you tell the jury what that is in your hand?
Would you like me to open it?
Well, first of all, is there a BCI item number on that box?
Yes, the blue label is the BCI item number and laboratory number. The CSI number is number 60. My item number is 73.
And did you receive that, and were you asked to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Okay, can you open that? Can you tell the jury what that, well, first of all, do you recognize the markings on that baggie?
I do. The laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
And can you tell the jury, when you examine that item, what were your findings with respect to that item?
My findings concluded this was a .40 caliber, be it a .40 Smith & Wesson or 10 millimeter auto fired bullet with 6 Lansing grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and it was consistent with a Hornady brand. The tip of the fired bullet has a red polymer tip on it that's consistent with Hornady manufacture.
You can put that back in the box if you would. And just for identification purposes again, was that CSI item number 60?
Correct.
And that was a .40 caliber projectile, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I have to ask you this just to make sure that it gets in the record. Your opinion with respect to the type of projectile that is, again, is that based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
In addition to the 30 cal 7.62 projectiles, in addition to that projectile that was dug out from underneath the trailer, were you also asked to examine projectiles that came from the autopsy of both Gary Rhoden and Chris Rhoden Sr.?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit F, as in Fox, 145. Mr. Jones, you can shut that picture off. I'm going to be I'll be off the pictures for a few. Do you recognize any markings on State's Exhibit F145?
Yes, I can identify the red laboratory number with my item number 25.
And as part of your work in this case, well, first of all, can you open that up and pull the baggie out? Do you recognize the items inside the box marked as F145?
I do.
And can you tell the jury what those are and how you recognize those baggies?
Identify the item number, the laboratory number, and my initial on the packaging.
Did you have the opportunity to examine the projectile that is in the baggie there?
Yes, I was able to examine this fired bullet. I concluded that this fired bullet was a .40 caliber fired bullet, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, a polygonal style rifling, and also consistent with Hornady brand.
You go ahead and put it back. And with respect to that projectile that came from Gary Rhoden's body at autopsy, again, is that your opinion with respect to the caliber and the general class characteristics that you just testified to, is that your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It is.
Did you also look at projectiles or bullets that were removed from Christopher Rhoden Sr. at autopsy?
I did.
My hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit E237. Can you tell the jury what is State's Exhibit E237? Do you recognize any of those markings?
Yes, E237 corresponds to my item number 27.
And if you could, remove that item and tell the jury if you recognize the markings on the baggie.
Identify the packaging with my item number, laboratory number, and my initial. And this is a fired bullet, a .40 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and it is also consistent with Hornady brand.
And again, the opinion that you just rendered, is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
May I have you put that back? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit E242. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit E242?
I do.
Okay. And tell the jury how you recognize those markings.
Identify the laboratory label, my item number 28.
If you could, open that up and tell the jury what's inside. With respect to that box, were there 2 items in there that you individually marked for the purposes of your examination?
Yes, this particular container had 2 fired bullets present.
Okay. And did you mark those individually for your purposes?
Yes, the item numbers, laboratory number, my initials, and I marked them separately.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, again, did you have an opportunity to do an examination on those projectiles?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what your findings were with respect to those projectiles?
I was able to conclude that the 2 fired bullets were also .40 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, polygonal style rifling, right-hand twist, and consistent with Hornady brand.
And that opinion that you just rendered to this jury, is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. For identification purposes, State's Exhibit E243. State's Exhibit E243. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that item?
Yes, I can identify this as my item number 29. the laboratory label placed on it.
Can you open that up and tell the jury if you recognize any of the markings on the baggies inside that box?
This contains the laboratory number, item number, and my initial.
And did you have the opportunity to examine State's Exhibit E243 as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to render an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and class characteristics of that item?
Yes, this particular item is a fired bullet that has 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and it is also consistent with Hornady brand.
Have you put that back? My handy what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit E247. Do you recognize the markings on State's Exhibit E247?
Yes, I can identify this as my item number 31 with the red laboratory sticker.
Can you remove the baggie that's inside State's Exhibit E247? You tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that baggie?
Yes, the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
And were you able to render an opinion or reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and general class characteristics of that item?
Yes, this particular fired bullet is a .40 caliber fired bullet, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and it is also consistent with Hornady brand.
Okay. You put that away for me. I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes is State's Exhibit E248. State's Exhibit E248. Do you recognize the markings on that box?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This corresponds to my, the sticker's placed over my item number.
Sorry about that. I'll tell you what, just go ahead and open her up.
Yeah. But I can't identify it with the laboratory number from the sticker.
Do you recognize the markings on that baggie?
Yes, this is the laboratory number, item number 34, and my initials.
Okay, and the number that was covered up on the box, would that correspond with the baggie, the
Yep.
number on the baggie?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and general class characteristics of that item?
Yes, this particular item is a fired bullet that is .40 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and it's also consistent with Hornady brand.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit E249. State's Exhibit E249, can you tell the jury, do you recognize the markings on that box?
Yes, this corresponds to my item number 35, again, the red laboratory label.
And if you could, take out the baggie. Do you recognize the markings on that baggie? Are those baggies?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
The laboratory number, item number, and my initials. This corresponds to a fire bullet, some fragments, and a red polymer tip.
Okay. So in one of the baggies is an actual fired bullet. The other baggie has some fragments and a polymer tip. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to examine that fired bullet as part of your work in this case?
I was.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and class characteristics of that bullet?
Yes, I was able to conclude this fired bullet was .40 caliber, 6 lands and grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and also consistent with Hornady brand.
Finally, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit E250. State's Exhibit E250, can you look at that box? Can you tell us what that is?
This corresponds to my item number 36, the red laboratory label.
And can you open that, look at that markings on the baggie for us? And can you tell the jury what's in those two baggies?
One bag contains a red polymer tip and 2 fragments. This particular bag contains a fired bullet.
Okay. With respect to the fired bullet, were you able to examine that projectile as part of your work in this case?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and general class characteristics of that projectile?
Yes, this particular fired bullet was a .40 caliber fired bullet, 6 lands and grooves, right hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and also consistent with Hornady brand.
So we just went through the projectiles that you examined from Chris Sr.'s autopsy, and then before that we had done the projectile that you examined as part of Gary's autopsy. In addition to the class characteristics that you were able to observe on these bullets, were you also able to observe some individual characteristics that would allow you to make comparisons at a later time?
Yes, I did.
Did you also, as part of your work in this case, examine ballistic evidence that had been removed or recovered from scene 2, which is 4199 Union Hill Road?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the, were several of the items that you examined from this scene shell casings that had been recovered by the crime scene unit?
Yes, they were.
And the hand view has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B328. State's Exhibit B328. Can you take a look at that item and can you tell us, do you recognize, first of all, is there a unique CSI item number on that packaging?
Yes, item number 19.
And do you recognize also your lab information on there?
Yes, the red laboratory number corresponds to my item number 3.
Were you able, as part of your work in this case, to do an examination of State's Exhibit B328?
I was.
Okay. And could you open that up for us? Do you have gloves for that?
No, it's okay.
State's Exhibit B328. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize that item?
Yes, this is one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case.
And do you examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and general class characteristics of that shell casing?
Yes, I was.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that is?
This particular fired .22 long rifle cartridge case had a rectangular slash wedge-shaped firing pin impression on the rim of the cartridge case.
Okay. What manufacturer was it?
It was a Remington.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit B329. B329. Can you take a look at that item? And does that box have a specific or unique CSI item number attached to it?
Number 20
Okay.
corresponds to my item number 4.
And were you able to examine State's Exhibit B329 as part of your work in this case?
I was.
And were you able to render an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber, make or model of that shell, and general class characteristics?
I was.
Can you tell us what that was?
This particular item corresponds to a fired .22 long rifle cartridge case, Remington brand, also having a similar shape of the firing pin impression, a rectangular wedge-shaped firing pin impression.
My handy what's been marked for identification purposes
as State's Exhibit B319. State's Exhibit B319. First of all, can you tell us, does that have a unique CSI item number on it?
It does. Item number 10.
Okay. Do you recognize your markings or your lab's markings on that packaging as well?
Yes, the red laboratory indication is item number 5.
And did you do an examination of that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
Were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber and general class characteristics of that item?
Yes, this particular item was one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case. It was also Remington brand and had a similar rectangular wedge-shaped frying pan impression.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B320. State's Exhibit B320. Can you take a look at that? Can you tell us, first of all, does that have a specific or unique crime scene item number on it?
Number 11.
And did you examine that exhibit as part of your work in this case?
Yes, this corresponds to my item number 6.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber, the brand, and general class characteristics of that exhibit?
This item also corresponds to a fired .22 long rifle cartridge case, Remington brand, with a rectangular wedge-shaped frying pan impression.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit B321. State's Exhibit B321, does that have a unique CSI item number on it?
It does. Number 12.
And do you recognize your lab markings on that as well?
This corresponds to my item number 7.
Were you able to do an examination of that item as part of your work in this case?
I was.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the caliber, the brand, and general class characteristics of that exhibit?
Yes, this particular item corresponds to one fired .22 long rifle cartridge case, Remington brand, also having a rectangular wedge-shaped frying pan impression.
With respect to those exhibits that we just went through, again, I put up for you and for the jury State's Exhibit B335. Do those crime scene item numbers correspond with shell casings that were found or located in the bed of Scene 2?
It does.
Those shell casings that you recovered, those 5 shell casings that you examined from Scene 2, in addition to the general class characteristics of those shell casings, were you also able to observe or view individual characteristics that would allow you to make comparisons later on in the case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the shell casings from Scene 2, did you also have the opportunity to observe or to examine projectiles that were removed from the body of Hanna Gilley and Frankie Rhoden during their autopsies?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit H110. State's Exhibit H110. Again, first of all, do you see a sticker on the back of that that identifies a person or a name that projectile came from?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Clarence Rhoden.
Do you see any identifying information on that box that shows that you did some work on that item?
Yes, the laboratory number, item number, as well as my initials on the packaging.
Can you tell the jury what did you do with respect to these projectiles that were recovered at Frankie's or Clarence Rhoden's autopsy?
I examined the physical features of the fired bullets. I examined them for their composition, measured the diameter, weighed them, and evaluated their class characteristics and seen if they had individual characteristics sufficient for a microscopic comparison.
With respect to State's Exhibit H110 that I just handed you there, again, can you tell the jury, were you able to make any findings with respect to State's Exhibit H110?
I believe I would have to see the items themselves.
If you can pull it out. And for the record, you've removed some bags from the box that's marked as State's Exhibit H110. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell again, this is more for the record, but can you tell the jury how many bags you removed and whether or not you recognize the markings on those bags?
I removed 5 bags from the packaging. I can identify all of them by the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
And did you give each of those baggies or each of those items your own unique identifiers for your examination purposes?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury again, it's more for the record, but can you tell us what those identifiers were?
The laboratory number, item number, and my initial were placed on all the items.
Okay. And what's the laboratory number with respect to those items?
16-15196, item number 15.
Were you able to make any observations with respect to general class characteristics of any of those items?
I was able to conclude this contained multiple fired bullets consistent with a .22 rimfire. This was a brass washed lead bullets that were present.
Did any of those projectiles have sufficient individual characteristics that would allow you to do later comparisons?
There was insufficient characteristics present for me to make a positive identification.
Okay. You can put them.
So yes, the characteristics, the individual characteristics, there were not enough individual characteristics present on the damage fired bullets to render a conclusive determination.
But with respect to the general class characteristics, again, did each of those projectiles have the same general class characteristics?
Yes, they did.
Okay. You can put that back for me. My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit G103. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize any of the markings on State's Exhibit G103?
Yes, I identify laboratory number, my item number 13, and my initials present.
Does that exhibit also have a name that correlates to the autopsy?
It does.
Can you tell the jury whose name that came from?
Hanna Gilley.
Did you examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And if necessary, can you open the box and look at the contents? And what is inside that box?
It contains 4 envelopes or packages that I've identified. Item number 13 contains multiple fired .22 rimfire bullets that are also brass washed, lead in construction.
And with respect to those items right there, did those have sufficient individual characteristics for you to make a comparison?
No, they didn't.
But with respect to each one of those individual packets or individual projectiles, did they have the same general class characteristics?
Yes, they do.
And did they have the same general class characteristics with the item or the exhibit that you just talked about from Frankie or Clarence Rhoden?
Yes, they do.
Can you put that away for us? I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. State's Exhibit G104. State's Exhibit G104. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Corresponds to my item number 12. The bullet or the packaging indicates also from Hanna Gilley.
Can you look at the baggie and tell us whether or not you did any work on that item in this case?
It looks to be a .22 rimfire brass washed lead fragment.
Okay. With respect to that item right there, were there sufficient individual characteristics for you to do comparisons with that item?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. As far as general class characteristics, does that item have the same general class characteristics as the projectiles are the last exhibit that you testified to?
Yes, they do.
And then again, same as the projectiles from Frankie or Clarence Rhoden's autopsy as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit G105. State's Exhibit G105. Do you recognize the markings on that item?
Yes, this corresponds to my item number 11.
And is there a name associated with that autopsy as well?
Hanna Gilley.
Did you examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And if you could, if you need to, remove the packaging. Do you recognize any markings on that packaging?
Yes, the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
And did you make any findings with respect to that item?
This particular item also corresponds to a fired .22 rimfire brass washed lead bullet fragment.
With respect to that item, were you able to find sufficient individual characteristics to make a positive identification with other projectiles?
No, there were not.
But with respect to the general class characteristics, were those the same class characteristics with respect to the other projectiles that we talked about from the autopsies from scene 2?
Yes, they were the same.
In addition to your work on scene 2, or evidence from scene 2, were you also asked to examine items that came from scene 3?
Yes, I was.
3122 Union Hill Road. I'm going to put up for you and for the jury what's been marked for identification purposes, State's Exhibit C433. Was one of the items that you were asked to look at with respect to scene 3 as shell casing, that was our cartridge casing that was recovered from under a crib in this residence?
I was asked to examine one fired cartridge case. I don't have a packaging in front of me to indicate where it was from.
Okay. Mr. Junk, can you give us State's Exhibit C388? My handy what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit C430. First of all, with respect to State's Exhibit C430, is there a unique BCI item number, or excuse me, unique CSI item number on that packaging?
Yes, number 26.
And are there other identifying marks from CSI that tell what that item is?
Yes, the description and location.
Okay. Do you also recognize your lab markings on there?
I do. The red laboratory number.
And did you have the opportunity as part of your work in this case to examine that item as well?
I did.
Can you tell us what that item is?
This is a fired .22 long rifle cartridge case, Remington brand, with a rectangular wedge-shaped firing pin impression.
That item had the same general class characteristics as the shell casings that you just testified to from scene 2?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also examine projectiles from the autopsies of Dana Rhoden, Christopher Rhoden Jr., and Hanna Rhoden in this case?
I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit K93. State's Exhibit K93, can you take a look at that item? Can you tell us, do you recognize any markings on that item?
I recognize the red laboratory number, item number 15.
And does that item also have a name on it that's associated to the autopsy that it came from?
It does.
Whose name is it?
Christopher Rhoden Jr.
Did you have the opportunity to examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
Go ahead and open her up. Can you tell the jury, do you recognize the baggies, or how many baggies are in there, how many items are in there, and do you recognize those items?
There were 4 baggies. I can identify them by the laboratory number, item number, and my initials present.
Can you tell the jury, again, when you examine those items, were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the general class characteristics of those items?
Yes, these items correspond to being consistent with a fired .22 long rifle bullets that are brass washed.
And were those consistent with the general class characteristics of the projectiles from the autopsies in scene 2?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. I'm going to hand you two at this time. State's Exhibit I-138 and I-139. Let's start with State's Exhibit I-138. Do you recognize any markings on State's Exhibit I-138?
Yes, identified by the red laboratory number, my item number 16.
Is there a name on that box that identifies whose autopsy that came from?
Dana Rhoden.
As part of your work in this case, did you have the opportunity to examine the projectiles associated with State's Exhibit I-138?
I did.
And could you pull those out and tell the jury what those are?
Contain 5 bags. I can identify by the item number, the laboratory number, and my initials.
Can you tell the jury, again, were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the general class characteristics of those items?
Yes, these particular items correspond to .22 long rifle brass washed lead bullets.
And were those general class characteristics similar, the same as you found in Christopher Rhoden Jr.'s autopsy projectiles?
Yes, they were.
And again, similar or the same general class characteristics with respect to the autopsies from scene 2?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you have the other item right there. Let's go ahead and knock that out. State's Exhibit I-139. Do you recognize markings on that?
Yes, I'll have to open it to look at the packaging. The state's exhibit number is slightly over top of my laboratory number. This corresponds from Dana Rhoden.
Go ahead and open up and let us know if you recognize. Well, let us know what's in it. And do you recognize the markings?
Yes, this is item number 17, my laboratory number, my initials.
Did you examine that item as part of your work in this case?
I did.
And were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the general class characteristics of that item?
Yes, this is also a .22 long rifle brass washed lead bullet fragment.
And again, is that similar or the same general characteristic as the other autopsies from this scene and the autopsies from scene 2?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit J105. State's Exhibit J105. Do you recognize any of the markings on that exhibit?
Yes, I identify the red laboratory number, my item number 19.
Is there a name associated with that projectile or the autopsy that pertains to that projectile?
Hanna Rhoden.
Did you do any work on that item as part of this case?
I did.
You can do the same thing. Can you pull it out? Can you tell the jury, again, how many baggies are there, and do you recognize the markings on those baggies?
Yes, there are 4 bags present. Identify the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
Were you able, when you examined those items, were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the general class characteristics of those items?
These items correspond to fired .22 long rifle lead bullets that are brass washed as well.
And again, are those consistent with the other projectiles recovered at autopsy of the other victims of scene 3 and the other victims of scene 2?
Yes, they are.
In addition to ballistic evidence recovered from scene 3, where you also asked to look at ballistic evidence recovered from scene 4, which was identified or has been identified for record purposes as 799 Left Fork Road.
Yes, I was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit D282. Careful, it's cut on the side. Do you recognize, again, first of all, is there a specific or unique crime scene identification number attached to that?
Yes, number 7.
Mr. Junk, can you give me D273, which is GES 2149? Okay. State's Exhibit D282. You've already opened her up. Do you recognize the markings on that package?
Yes, laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
And were you able to examine that item and reach any conclusion with respect to brand and caliber associated with that?
Yes, I was able to conclude this is a fired .40 Smith & Wesson cartridge case, Hornady brand.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit L68. In addition to the shell casing that was removed from scene 4, where you also asked to examine a fired projectile that was recovered from the body of Kenneth Rhoden at his autopsy.
Yes, I was.
You have State's Exhibit L68 there. Do you recognize markings on that?
Yes, I can identify the red laboratory number, my item number 5.
Is there a name associated with that autopsy as well?
Kenneth Rhoden.
And if you could, take that out. Let us know if you recognize the markings on the package.
Yes, I can identify the laboratory number, item number, and my initials.
Okay, and there's two baggies there. Can you tell us what are in the 2 baggies?
One bag contains a small fragment. The other bag contains 1 fired bullet.
Were you able to reach an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty with respect to the general class characteristics associated with State's Exhibit State's Exhibit L68?
Yes, I was able to conclude this is a .40 caliber fired bullet, 6 lancing grooves, right-hand twist, polygonal style rifling, and also consistent with Hornady brand.
Did that projectile there have sufficient individual characteristics that allowed you to do comparisons to other items that were collected in this case?
Yes, it did.
And that shell casing that was collected there, D273, did that also have sufficient individual characteristics that allowed you to make comparisons with other evidence tested in this case?
Yes, it did.
All right, can we approach?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, counsel would not be concluding with this witness this afternoon, so this is a time consistent with the time that we've been taking our break each day, and so we're going to recess for the day. You'll be coming back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Please, at 9 o'clock, assemble at the jury room as you have been. Be brought up by court personnel from there. You will be leaving your notepads on your seat and taking, of course, your badges with you to wear. You'll be going home. So again, we admonish you, do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit this case to be discussed with you or in your presence. Do not form or express an opinion concerning this case until it's finally submitted to you for deliberation and verdict at the appropriate time. Do not do any research of any kind concerning the facts or the law of this case from any source at all. Do not read, view, or listen to any reports or accounts of this case from any source at all, including internet sources, Facebook, other social media sites, newspapers, radio, television. None of that. And do not have any contact with any participants in the case, which would include parties, counsel, and witnesses. With that, does counsel for either party have anything more that you want to put on the record before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor. No, thank you.
All right, then we are in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.